Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Saturday, May 16th, May 16th, 2026, and I am calling this special Saturday meeting. Can I please have a roll call?
Flores Kill,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Goza,
Here.
Medina,
Here.
Zapata,
Here.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
Okay, that is 7. We are all here. Normally, we just go into citizens' comments period. I would like to stand up and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. However, to make it consistent and to remind us all of how we are aligned together, I would like to make sure that we're going to do this before every meeting. So if I can have you all stand. All right, thank you very much. Up next, we have citizens' comments. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning City Council business. We ask that you please observe the 3-minute limit. All right, up first, I have Larry Golick.
As we enter the budget season, I'm asking the council to look back at the last year's water and wastewater rate decisions and commit to 2 things. First, provide relief. These rates are unsustainable for families, inside and outside the city limits. Second, commit not to repeat last year's mistakes. Here's why it matters. Our community is hurting. Sales tax revenues are down. Home valuations are down, which will impact property tax revenues as well. This year, the appraisal district dropped the assessment of my home by $30,000 more than I asked them for. So it's clear that there are issues. People are upside down in their mortgages. There are people that won't move here. I stopped into Highland Homes in my neighborhood, and he flat out told me they're having a very difficult time, and especially when they tell people what the water rates are going to be. They won't shop here. I know that in particular. There are groups within my neighborhood that have basically said, we're not going to shop in Kyle. Kyle didn't support us. We're not going to shop here. I'm not saying that impacts your sales tax revenue, but I thought it'd be something I would share. Water bills of $300 to $400 a month are pricing families out. When you set budget numbers, remember, that's work. That's somebody's paycheck that they have to work in order to pay those bills. You're spending other people's money. Please be respectful of that. Please commit to relief and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next, I have Alicia Hill, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kyle's entered into what I call hyper-growth mode without incorporating financial discipline mode. We are a residential community, not a tourist destination. Residents are tapped out. Quality of life is declining. Traffic is worsening. Utility bills continue rising, and trust in leadership is eroding. The city's own financial packet shows that reserves dropping from roughly $34 million to $10 million. Staffing grew from 282 employees to 471 in just 5 years, and over $611 million in total debt obligations. This should concern every resident in the city. I'm asking the council to seriously consider both immediate and long-term reforms. First, place a temporary moratorium on new major SIP projects not already under construction, except for the true health and safety emergencies. Pause the beautification projects, speculative expansions, and overlapping consultant studies until we release affordability or reassess affordability and priorities. Second, prioritize infrastructure based on resident need, not speculative growth. Focus first on public safety, traffic relief, water and wastewater, maintaining existing roads and parks, improving quality of life and for current residents before approving additional expansion projects. Third, reform council agendas. When meetings contain massive packets, consultant presentations, and dozens of agenda items, there is no realistic way for council, media, or residents to properly vet these projects and their costs. That creates weak scrutiny and rubber stamping, which is what I believe got us here. Major contracts and infrastructure projects should require separate discussions, independent cost summaries, plain English explanations, and public posting of financials before they occur. Fourth, require an independent third-party cost review for major transportation and utility projects. Residents have the right to ask, why is this intersection going to cost me $7 million? Fifth, freeze non-essential hiring and review overlapping administrative roles and consultant-heavy departments and until reserves are stabilized. 6, conduct real forensic audit going back to at least 2020 on procurement practices, consultant contracts, bid processes, change orders, project scope creep, developer reimbursements, TERS obligations, overtime, and duplicate services. 7th, pause new incentive agreements and reevaluate economic development subsidies while infrastructure costs are exploding. Long-term, Kyle must shift from expansion culture to operational excellence. This means fixing existing roads before building new ones, rebuilding emergency reserves, implementing debt affordability policies, slowing growth to match infrastructure capability, and focusing on affordability, maintenance, and transparency and sustainability. Residents should also have access to full TERS transparency dashboard showing every project, reimbursement, debt obligation, developer agreement, and cost change in real time. And finally, create real citizen oversight committees with meaningful transparency, independent review authority. Most importantly, focus on traffic flow before expensive expansions, turn lanes, signaling timing, synchronization, access management, and properly designated roundabouts. Growth itself is not a problem. Growth without discipline, transparency, accountability, and affordability is the problem. Kyle residents deserve leadership that adopts this simple principle. If it doesn't benefit the residents of Kyle, we aren't doing it. Thank you.
I do want to note that Mrs. Hill gave me a QR for us to scan in, and then Jennifer, if you could just pass this on to the council, like email it. This has more of her concerns on this. All right, up next, I have Sharon Thompson, please.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sharon Thompson, and I live in the Six Creeks subdivision. We bought our home in Six Creeks this past December as our retirement home. Imagine our surprise when we found out that we might have to sell it because we won't be able to afford the high water bills on a fixed retirement income. And there's another catch. We probably won't be able to sell it. I asked my realtor yesterday to provide me a list of homes for sale in Six Creeks, and currently there are 94 homes for sale, with more being added every week. I also asked him to compare the amount of homes in Six Creeks for sale in other neighborhoods nearby, and there are a disproportionate amount because no one wants to pay hundreds of dollars for their water bill each month. The word has gotten out that ETJ neighborhoods have unaffordable water bills, and no one wants to buy a house in these neighborhoods. I've lived here 5 months, and we are already talking about selling our home within the next year. Except it probably won't sell because of the water rate. And we're being told the rates are supposed to increase year after year. How do you expect retirees to afford this? I have worked since I was 14 years old, sometimes working 2 jobs, and have been planning my retirement for a long time. And not once did I factor in having a water bill so high that it would affect my fixed income. I had a reporter from KUT News in Austin reach out to me in March, and she interviewed me about how high the water bill affects my day-to-day life. Think about that. There are a lot of things that can affect your life: medical issues, birth of a child, losing a job, retirement. But a water bill should not affect how you live on a daily basis. KUT also interviewed another retired couple and ended up using their story for their article. Here's a quote from the woman they interviewed. She carefully plans when and if her grandkids can come visit, taking into account the strain their additional water usage will put on the family's finances. I plan my life around this high water bill, she said. Can you imagine not having family members visit you because you can't afford the water bill from them staying for a couple of days? I'm already worried about how much it's going to cost to have my daughter and her husband come stay with me this Christmas. It's absolutely ridiculous to have to factor in a water bill when inviting family over. We are being told that there will continue to be an annual rate increase in addition to the 77% increase for this year. How does council expect people, especially retirees, to afford this? What is taking council so long to take action? You had this topic as an agenda item today. I ask that you please make the decision to lower the rates for ETJ neighborhoods and the retirees that live in them. I'll end with another quote from that KUT interview. Fairness means rates that reflect actual service costs, not boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Kushi Patel.
Good morning. My name is Kushi Patel, and I live in the Six Creeks neighborhood. First, I want to welcome our new city manager, Mr. Mohit, and welcome back our council members. We're so glad you are here, and we're really hopeful that your arrival would mark a fresh start for communication between the city and our community. I'm a 20-year-old student at UT Austin, and I'm here today because my neighbors and I are simply waiting and in need of immediate relief when it comes to our water bills. We have been coming here to these meetings for months now, over and over again, and we just need a solution, please. Many families in Six Creeks are facing unpredictable, massive monthly bills that are just really hard to keep up with. We want to help this council move forward in a positive way. We aren't looking to repeat the mistakes of the past, and we just want to work together to find the first solution so our ETJ neighborhood can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Carol Dugans. Dogans. Sorry.
It's okay. Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Carol Dogans. I live in the Kyle ETJ area. I'm here this morning for one purpose: to make sure the decisions made in this budget process do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Under a previous mayor, the council approved 77% water increase during a budget meeting when the public was not present. The decision slid through quietly without people who would be paying the price in the room to question it. Families across Kyle has been dealing with the consequences ever since. This year is different. We are here, we are watching, and we are not allowed major financial decisions to move forward without public scrutiny. The impact that water hikes has been very real. It has changed how families use water, how they maintain homes, how they manage their budget. These are not abstract numbers. These are lived consequences created by a vote that happened without the community voice. Transparency is not optional. Public trust is not optional, and accountability is not optional. We are not here to be adversarial. We are here to be present. We are here to be heard. And we are here to ensure that no future rate decisions, water, wastewater, and/or any essential services is made without the full awareness and the participation of the people who fund this city. You may not have expected us last time, but you can expect us from now on. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Vic Allen, please.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to thank you for having this meeting on a Saturday. Most of us, it's our day off, and I imagine it's your day off too, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to say a couple things. I don't have a prepared speech today, but I do appreciate you doing this and having an open hearing. We know One of the things we all have to admit is that the city of Kyle grew up, and now we have to act like we've grown up. The policies of the past and the things that happened yesterday are behind us. We have new talent and new people on board, and I appreciate your inputs and your view and your insights. If there's anything that has been allowed, should have been allowed voice or been heard, it was the result of last year's election, that the people and the residents of Kyle are no longer going to tolerate the actions of the past. And I am sure that you will act responsibly, and I'm counting on that, as are the rest of us here today. Thank you very much. Oh, and congratulations to our new interim city manager. And I believe that I have full faith in his ability and your ability to carry out what we need to get done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no more comment forms. Does anybody have a form? All right, we have two. You can hand them to Commander. Would you like to hand yours in too? Okay. Thank you. All right, so if you want to go first and just state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Chad Zanecki, and we moved here in August of last year. Retired 4 years, going on 5 years ago. The purpose of moving here was because of the fact our son was recently married, and we wanted to be closer to them. We moved to the Six Creeks area, and unbeknownst to us, about several weeks later, all of a sudden we're told that we're going to have a 77% increase in our water. And on top of that, we're going to have, what, an additional 25%. Now, I don't know if you guys were on the council that voted for this. I could really care less, to be quite honest with you. But again, I'm retired. I've listened to these wonderful people who are retired as well, and it basically said the same thing. Put yourself in our shoes. And I'm going to ask a question to all of you right now, including you. It's a simple question. Raise your hands if you would agree to a 77% increase in water.
Sir, I'm going to need you to
On your
direct
house.
it to us. I'm sorry. If you just-
Regardless.
Okay, thank you.
Raise your hands right now if you would approve a 77% increase in your water bill today. Raise your hand right now. Anybody? I rest my case.
Thank you. All right, I think I have one in between. Did you get this one? Okay. All right, up next, I have Stephanie McDonald.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your hours and hard work you're going to be putting into this year's budget. It's just starting, and it's going to be quite a process. It was shocking to find out that our city is $15 million in the hole, in the red. And I wonder if that's why our city manager, our former city manager, Brian Langley, left before the budget process began. And he has a degree in finance. So I heard recently speaking about this budget and audit committee, and we have to have people that have finance backgrounds, and that's so not true. It's good to have people that have a background, but not everybody has to have a background. There are plenty of people that have a good understanding of fiscal responsibility without having a degree in finance, without having a finance background. So I hope you consider that. Everyday citizens have been sounding the alarm on out-of-control spending, and while decisions from past councils have put us in this position, past councils and past city staff, some of the current council have been fighting transparency and accountability. Councilmember Zapata, you've actively fought the mayor's efforts toward much-needed transparency. Please change that combativeness. I hope each one of you examine and scrutinize our city's true needs, re-examine unneeded projects, roundabouts, excessive park plans, allow a forensic audit, maintain what's already in place. We have wasted so much money on things that we have that we are not maintaining. And as far as the ETJ, the gentleman that just spoke said he doesn't really care who was on the council back then, but it was important. There were only 3 members. These 3 members were on the council during that last vote. And Councilmember Tobias is the one that opened up our ETJ neighbors and made them welcome, had funded his own town hall for them, and that's how they started coming to our council meetings. And he took the time to follow up with them. Councilmember Harris and McKinney voted for that increase. Councilmember Tobias did not. So that is important to know. We need to know how people are voting and what they're standing for. And I hope council members Harris and McKinney will look at these folks in the room and imagine yourself in their place. Please consider all the residents of Kyle and seek a solution for all. And I look forward to seeing the return of fiscal responsibility to the city, Kyle. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Next, and I apologize if I say the name wrong, it's Chad Cynical?
That was me,
Okay.
Zanaki.
Zanaki.
You don't want to hear me again.
Are you sure? All right, I don't mind. I welcome it. All right, up next, I do. Up next, I have Joseph Justice.
Thanks. I don't have a prepared speech. These are nice people, and that's how we got here, okay? These are nice people, okay? This gentleman here, he just ran perilously close to being arrested. He did, okay? And that's the tack. That one right there is really good at doing. I don't feel safe. You threatened me, okay? That's a hangover from the Me Too era, okay? And that's what this city has been running. Anytime you oppose them or interact with city services, you get that. That's what you get from these people, okay? It's called civil disobedience. That one right there is trained in that technique. She has handlers, okay? Okay? Don't wait for the translation. You're long in the tooth. You catch that reference, don't you? I don't have to take my shoe off and bang it on the gavel. You're long in the tooth. You get that one too, okay? I went to pay my water bill because they hired a vendor, okay, that screwed up the online billing, and they still can't get it straight. I can't give these people money that they didn't earn. I can't give it to them online, and they screw it up. And you know what? Behind 3 inches of bulletproof glass, they called the cops on me up here. I can't give these people money, and that woman behind the glass sat there and argued with me. It's like, look, I worked in psychiatry a long time. Don't try to have the last word with a customer or a patient, okay? Don't do it, okay? Look, these people are all right about their properties. You want to get even with these people? You want to handle them? Turn your property into a Section 8. Sell
Sir,
out.
please, can you address me, please, or us?
You know, yeah.
Thank you.
It's all of us, okay? See, you're trying to handle me, Yvonne. Don't do that. You work for us. Don't do that, okay? That's the whole problem here, okay? We're not your employees. Get it? You have a worthless degree that you can't do anything with. I get why you're here. But that notwithstanding, okay, all right, look, don't hire any other people. And this probation palace you want to build, you're not going to be happy till you get everybody on paper, okay? And then turn this place into some kind of a free-range sanctuary city while the rest of us are on paper, okay? That's all I got to say. But I will turn I will turn my property into a Section 8 house, and I will become an out-of-state slumlord, and my house will be a perpetual crime scene. So maybe you should start working with me and stick with the devil you know. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Do I have any other comment forms? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizens' comments. Next, consider impossible action. We're going to receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding the 5-year preliminary financial forecast for the city's 4 primary operating funds: general fund, water utility fund, wastewater utility fund, and storm drainage utility fund for the fiscal years 2026 to 2027 through 2030 and 2031. The staff presentation, report, and discussion will cover the following specific topics. Should I give this over to somebody else, or do you want me to? I just want to make sure we're not going to duplicate. All right, number 1, discussion objectives. Number 2, recap of current approved budget for fiscal years 2025, 2026, overcap of city's bond debt obligations, historical trends for revenue, expenditures, and fund balances, latest estimates for revenues, expenditures, fund balances, and budgetary gap for current fiscal year 2025 to 2026, assumption for developing the city's 5-year fiscal forecast, known and measurable changes and budget impact for next fiscal year, 2026 to 2027, results of 5-year preliminary financial forecast for fiscal years 2026 to 2027 through 2030 and 2031, financial challenges and opportunities, summary conclusions, key takeaways and strategic implications, next steps for budget development process, and that is going to be item presenter Perez Mohit.
So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good morning. For the record, I am Pervez Mohit, city's interim city manager. And at this point, I'd like to introduce 2 financial experts on either side of me that will help me in today's presentation. On my left is Andy Alejandro. He's the city's acting or interim deputy finance director. And to my right is Holly Holt Torres. She is the city's Assistant Director of Finance. So before I begin, I'd like to thank the City Council members for giving your Saturday morning for this very important discussion today. I also would like to thank the residents that have come to this meeting today, carving out their Saturday morning instead of having pancake breakfast. They're here to listen to this important discussion, as well as our staff that's present here today. So it's a very important discussion that we need to have. And today we are going to cover the city's financial forecast for the next 5 years. We will cover the current year. We will cover the next 5 years. The financial forecast, as you may know and may be aware of from prior budget cycles, is the very first step in the city's budget development process, both for the operating budget as well as the capital budget. It is the very first step that we rely upon to bring forth a proposed budget before City Council in late summer, and by charter, we'll have to bring it before you by August 1st. For the financial forecast, staff looks back at the actual historical trends, both for revenues and expenditures. We analyze historical trend. In addition, staff also very thoroughly examines the very current fiscal year that we're in. How are we going to end up by fiscal year end on September 30th? We look at revenues, we look at expenditures, we look at transfers and capital spending. It is important to note that we do the financial forecast in late April, early May timeframe, and that is very intentional. And we do that to know exactly by that time we have hit the half fiscal year mark, which is March 31st. All our current year analysis is based at the mid-year of that fiscal year. 95 to 97% of our property tax revenues have come in. We already know what that's going to look like. We already know the holiday season and school season for sales tax has already happened. We can project very easily for the remaining 5 to 6 months. Our development revenues, they're cyclical. They happen in spring and summer. Permits, mostly. So we know by this time what the revenues will look like, what the expenditures will look like, and we work with our departments very closely, each one of them. The budget staff works with them to scrub those numbers thoroughly. So we look at the past, what our historical trends have been. We go back 5 years. We look at the current year, And then based on those two major sources of information, we do our financial forecast for the immediate fiscal year coming up in '27, and then 4 years subsequent to that. So we will show you what the current year estimates look like, and then based on that, what the 5-year forecast looks like. For today, our goal for today, we specifically want to cover 9 specific objectives. If we can get through those 9 objectives, we're going to be successfully completing this presentation before you, and I will go through those 9 specific objectives. So let's see if this works. So our discussion objectives for today are, we'll present the city's preliminary 5-year financial forecast to the City Council, to our residents, and our staff. And the reason I say it's preliminary, because as we move through this time spectrum between now and September, some of those assumptions, some of those estimates will change. It will change upwards, or it may change downwards. It is very likely those numbers will change, because none of us have a perfect crystal ball. This is our best educated estimates based on historical trends and what we are facing today. Number 2, we're going to discuss the importance of the financial forecast. Why is it the first major step in the development of the proposed budget and capital budgets for the upcoming fiscal year? So we'll explain in plain English, and I have asked both Andy and Holly today to set aside their accounting terminologies, their financial terminologies, their budgetary terminologies, to use just plain English to explain what we are discussing today. Number 3, we're going to promote transparency by clearly outlining and explaining the financial challenges that the city is dealing with as we begin the budget development process for next fiscal year, which is FY 26-27. Number 4, we want to ensure that we provide a comprehensive understanding of the financial challenges, not just bits and pieces, not just one portion here and one portion there. We'll give you a complete picture today. For the benefit of our city council, for the benefit of our residents, and for the benefit of our staff. We all need to march in the same direction. We all need to know what exactly we're dealing with. So when I'm asking a department to cut or reduce or freeze, they will know the reason behind it. They will understand what I'm asking that for. Number 5, we're going to recap the key highlights of the approved budget, the fiscal year that we're in, with a primary focus on the city's general fund, because that's where we are hurting the most, while also reviewing the city's other 3 major operating funds. If you recall from our budget discussions in prior fiscal years, the city has 4 major operating funds. The general fund, which is where we pay our police officers, our park employees, our street employees. These are the general dedicated operations and maintenance of the city that we pay with tax dollars and sales tax dollars and the general revenue of the city. The other 3 major operating funds are Water Utility Fund, the Wastewater Utility Fund, and the Storm Drainage Utility Fund. These are enterprise-type activities of the city. They recoup their costs through user fees and charges. None of these expenses or expenditures are paid from property taxes. So these are the other 3 enterprise operations that we'll cover today as well. Number 6, remember I said 9 main objectives, so we're getting there. Number 6, we're going to review with you the historical trends that staff looks at that staff analyzes for major revenue sources, operating expenditures, capital expenditures, also we refer to them as CIP, and fund balances. Here again, fund balances, the term fund balance is also interchangeably described as our reserves. It's important to take a pause, just a couple of seconds to explain to you the reserve requirement. It is not a staff policy. It is not a staff procedure. It is required by our city charter. And the charter says that we shall maintain, especially in the general fund, we will maintain 25% of our expenditures in that fiscal year that council adopts as approved expenditures. 25% of that shall be maintained as reserves in the fund balance. So as we go through the discussions today, we will remind you of that. We will refer to that. But I wanted to make sure that everybody understands it's not Pervez's policy. It is not operating policy. It is a city charter requirement. Number 7. Present and discuss the preliminary results of the city's 5-year financial forecast in detail with the city council, share with our residents, as well as our city staff. Number 8, at the end of towards the close of our presentation, I am going to summarize for your benefit and the benefit of our residents and city staff the conclusions and key takeaways from today's discussion that will require City Council's policy direction to staff as we move forward in the budget development process for next fiscal year. So when we bring forth the city's proposed budget, we're going to be asking for direction. We're going to be asking for policy decisions for council. So those decisions will be made by council as we proceed through the budget process. And it could be as straightforward as tax rates, utility rates, wastewater rates, expenditures, public transportation program, city support costs for personnel, all of those we will bring forward for you to decide and give us direction. What is the will of the council? And then finally, I'm going to help review next steps in the budget development process. There are some very key dates that are coming up that I want to make sure that council is fully aware of, our residents are fully aware of, and our staff is fully aware of, so we can make those target dates. And we're prepared when we come before you to be able to answer those questions. So you are prepared, you have enough information ahead of time to study those policy decisions that you will have to make. So these are the 9 objectives that is our goal to successfully accomplish this as we go through our presentation. Any questions that y'all may have at this point? Okay, so moving on. So based on those 9 objectives, here's the presentation outline. What are we going to share with you? I've already gone over the objectives for today's discussions. Number 2, we're going to recap the current approved budget for FY 25-26 that City Council approved. This is our baseline. This is where we are starting. We'll focus on the city's general fund, overview of city's bond debt obligations. I'm going to show you how much we owe, where we pay those debt from, how it's impacted on the tax rate side, how it's impacted on the water rate side, wastewater rates. All of our debt, it doesn't matter how much, it has to be repaid. just like our car payments, just like our mortgage. There are investors out there waiting for their check every 6 months, and we have to make those payments on time. Where do we get the money to pay those? We will show you that. Number 5, we will show you the historical trends that staff analyzes to base their forecast on. We will show you what's behind door number 1, what's behind door number 2, what's behind door number 3. We'll open up all the doors for you. Since this is going to be a heavily numbers-based, intense discussion today, after the 5th item, I'm going to ask y'all if y'all want to take a 10-minute break or if y'all want to push through. After that, if you take a break, when we come back, we will. I've broken down this presentation into 3 categories, 3 segments. So after the first segment, we'll ask you if you're ready for a break or if you want to push through. The next segment will be our current year estimates for this fiscal year for revenues and expenditures. We will show you, based on our analysis, what that looks like for general fund and the other 3 major operating funds that I mentioned. That is the water utility fund, the wastewater utility fund, and the storm drainage fund.
Before we proceed, can I confirm that there's a live stream? I was under the assumption that this was, people were going to be able to view this from home. Can I just have a confirmation of that?
I had somebody message me too, and they said the YouTube stream is up.
The YouTube stream is up? Okay.
That's-
Someone just sent a text and they said they couldn't see it. All right, thank you. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt or cause
No worries.
commotion. Just wanted to confirm.
So number 6, we will show you current year estimates for this fiscal year for revenues and expenditures for the 4 major operating funds. That will give us a basis to explain to you how we came up with the 5-year forecast. In the 5-year forecast, we're going to clearly lay out for you the purpose of 5-year forecast. Why do we do it? Is it because Pervez just wants to do it? We'll explain to you what's the reason behind it. And it's not just City of Kyle that does this. Every city that I know of in the state of Texas does some form of financial forecast. Some cities do it for 2 years, some cities do it for 3 years, some cities do it for 5 years. We in Kyle, we do it for 5 years. It gives us a good picture how things are going to look up under certain circumstances, certain assumptions, and certain financial conditions. Now, I'll be the first one to admit that past year number 3, things get a little fuzzy. And that's why you see some of the cities do only 3-year financial forecasts. We will also explain to you why we are identifying this 5-year forecast as preliminary. There are a number of things that are still outstanding that we don't know about. One being the certified tax roll. We have preliminary tax roll, which we get in April, but the certified tax roll, by state law, the chief appraiser of the county can wait until July 25th to provide that to each jurisdiction. Our appraisal district has been very good, very diligent, and they always come through ahead of that deadline. We will go over in detail the key assumptions we are using in our financial forecast, both for the revenues and expenditures. Because those are the key drivers that produce the financial forecast result. I want council, I want our residents and our staff to understand what those assumptions are for next year, for the year after, and for the current year. We'll go over the known and measurable changes that we know already today that's going to affect us in next fiscal year's budget. And by known and measurable changes, I am talking about contractual obligations that we know we have contracted, we're obligated. That includes existing debt. That includes meet and confer agreement with the police association, health insurance costs, things of that nature, water supply costs. We'll go over those that we already know is going to happen next year. And then we'll wrap it up with the results of the financial forecast. Here again, it'll be a good time, if council so chooses, we can take a short break, or we can push through to the last segment.
I'm good pushing through. Thank you.
So on number 9, we're going to cover our financial challenges that the city is facing. And to me, financial challenges are both opportunities as well. Not just challenges, but they're also an opportunity, how we address those challenges. And we'll show you what affects current and what affects future years. Number 10, I'll share with you, I'll give you a wrap-up of our summary conclusions of everything we talk about until that point. What should you take away with? What are those key takeaways for council as policy decision makers, for our residents, for their general information, and for staff? As we prepare the budget, they know upfront what we're dealing with and how we're going to go take care of those. And then finally, I'm going to show you the next steps in the budget development process. Like I said, there are some very key steps and milestones coming up on the heels of today's discussion. Any questions on the presentation outline? If not, we're going to move through. So this is our baseline, our current approved budget for fiscal year 25-26. The fiscal year that we're in. It started on October 1st, 2025. It's going to end on September 30th, 2026. And today is May 16th, so we're past the midway point. So, in a nutshell, the total budget that council approved for this fiscal year totals $603,883,180. The biggest chunk of that, if you look at the bottom 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock position, is CIP, $460 million or 76.2%. And as you may have already picked up, or from your prior experience as council members going through the budget process, CIP translates into debt. We have to borrow to pay for this stuff. The next biggest slice of the pie is the red slice, which is general fund, $75.4 million, or 12.5% of the total budget. The third slice, large slice, is the water utility, $28.1 million, or 4.7%. The fourth largest slice is debt service. By debt service, I mean principal and interest that we have to pay every August and every February, twice a year, on the existing debt. That's $24.4 million, or 4%. And then, of course, we've got wastewater utility at $11 million, storm drainage at $2.8 million. So that's our total budget that council approved for this fiscal year that we're in. So let's break down that largest slice of the pie that council approved, which is the CIP spending, or capital improvements program spending. The 5-year spending plan covers fiscal year 26 through 2030. It has 125 projects. At least we had 125 at the time council approved it. Some of those projects have shifted. Some of those projects have been updated, replaced with other projects. But when the budget was adopted, we had 125 projects. The total 5-year CIP spending plan was $1.3 billion. 1.3 billion with a B. And of that, for the current fiscal year, was $460 million. So how does that $1.3 billion going to be paid back with? If we stuck with that plan, if you look at item number 4, tax-supported CIPs total $490 million, or 38.6%. By tax-supported CIPs, I mean these are capital improvement projects that are supported with property tax revenues. So any debt we take, any bond that we issue to build these projects, they would have to be paid from property tax revenues.
I have a quick question. As we go through these numbers, is it okay if we also contextualize them? So for example, not just say like CIP, but actually explain, like provide some of the ideas of what those proposed projects are, so that way people understand like, hey, this is actually what it applies to, and this is what an example of the projects under our CRP plan are. I think that contextual portion is helpful.
Certainly. I won't go through 125 projects, but I will give you highlights, what those projects are. So tax-supported CIP projects or capital improvement projects, good example is the 2022 road bond projects. The voters approved $294 million worth of roads improvements. So that's in the tax-supported debt. Our park improvements are in that bucket. Sidewalks are in that capital improvement bucket. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way to tell how much we've already bonded out for the road bonds? Because you state 296 millions, but that full amount hasn't been issued.
That's correct.
Okay. So I would just like to know, of the CIPs, how much are we budgeting or have we paid within that road bond?
Okay, I'll show you, but I can do it right now. So 294 million was authorized by the voters. We are pretty chintzy when it comes to issuing debt. I will not issue debt until I absolutely have to. Because once you issue that debt, the meter is running to pay back the interest and the principal. And that affects the tax rates. So I will use every dollar we have under every mattress, every couch, until I can't find another dollar. That's when I go to the bond market. And I come before council before we issue debt for your approval before we issue debt. So let me show you what we have issued to date. So of the $294 million for the voter-authorized road bond project, we have issued $83.9 million, and we have another $210 million to go.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask. The tax rate was raised last year due to the highest rate, voter rate, which was 0.59. Without bonding out completely, how is that possible? And you can answer if there's a better time to answer. I just want to keep that.
Yeah, we'll go over it
Okay.
when we talk about property tax rates in just a minute. So, and Councilmember Zapata, I don't know if that helped explain what's in the tax-supported.
Yes, I think so. I just wanted to make sure that people understood that this is the CIP applies to like our sidewalks, our roads, improvements, and park maintenance and all of that.
Yeah. So the bond debt does not cover any operating costs. So let me clarify that. We do not borrow money to pay our day-to-day expenses for salaries, for health insurance, for fuel, for chemicals, for electricity, just like we shouldn't charge groceries on our credit cards, but we do sometimes. But for public financing, we should never, and it's not allowed, but some cities had to do it, you should not use debt for general operating expenses. It's only, we in Kyle, we only issue debt for capital improvement projects, period. So 490 million of that 1.3 billion is tax supported. 781 million, or 61%, is non-tax supported. In other words, they will be repaid from utility rates and our TERS number 2 incremental tax revenues. And these projects are, a good example would be the wastewater treatment plant expansion, the water reservoirs that we build, the water pump stations we design and build. These are infrastructure for our water system, water utility system, and infrastructure for our wastewater utility system. And then there are some infrastructure that we have planned within TERS number 2, tax increment reinvestment zone number 2, which is the Plum Creek area. So there are some improvements that include road improvements, illumination improvements, and roundabout improvements that are scheduled and planned for that area. So that's our CIP.
Are you saying that the TERS are categorized under non-tax supported?
Yes, they're included in here.
I would think that they would be tax supported.
They're not tax supported by your residents
Everything is,
from the property tax.
but everything is.
Well, they're paying the utility bill.
Yeah, so
you're correct.
everything is by utility bills or taxes, property taxes, sales tax. So what you're saying is the tax supported are from property tax
Yes,
and bond?
strictly property tax.
Strictly, but not bond.
So
So
bond,
the bonds are repaid by property tax?
yes, for
Okay.
tax-supported debt.
And then the non-tax is sales tax, non-tax supported?
No, they're strictly enterprise operations.
Enterprise, okay.
So user fees, water rates, wastewater rates, that pays back that debt.
Thank you, that's a little clearer to me.
So of that $603 million total budget, the 4 major operating budgets that council approved, for general fund, it was $75.4 million. This is before any purchase order rollovers from prior years. Water utility fund was $28.1 million, wastewater $11.1 million, storm drainage $2.8 million. Then we have 61 other funds that we account for and report on. And examples of other city funds include wastewater CIP fund, the road bond fund, the water CIP fund, CIP fund that are supported or paid by general fund. We used to pay capital improvement projects with general fund dollars, surplus monies that we would save over time to avoid having to borrow. So that was that fund we had created. TERS number 2, and so on and so forth. That adds up to about 470 million. Most of these, you will notice, they are capital improvement project type funds. They're not operating funds. They're CIP type funds. A complete listing of all these funds are available on our city website, where we archive and short for anyone who wants to see. The budget documents are available. So let's focus on city's general fund that is in the approved budget. So this pie graph shows you the sources of funds. In other words, the money that comes into the general fund, where does it come from? So for this year, we had projected $78.6 million will come into the general fund. And the largest piece of the pie, there are two about neck and neck with each other, two sources of revenues. The red pie is the property tax. We had estimated $21.7 million would come from property tax revenues, or 28%. Right behind that is the dark blue piece, or pie slice, which is the sales and beverage tax that we receive on sales of transactions that occur within the city limits. That we had projected at $22.2 million, also at 28%. And you may have heard me say this every year during budget time, that of the two sources, these are two major sources of revenues for the general fund. Of those two, sales tax is the most volatile source of revenue. A lot of cities find themselves in trouble when they try to budget fully dedicated on sales tax. When economy tanks, that's the first thing that goes. And if you don't have a solid reserve to pull through those bad years, then it's a huge problem for those cities. So in our city, sales tax is creeping up, and we think it's going to exceed property tax revenue in the next 5 years. So looking at this pie graph, if you look at the third largest slice of the pie, is transfers in to the general fund. So what is transfers in? These are transfers from other city funds coming into the general fund to repay for a multiple of things. So the general fund is the main operating fund of the city, right? So you've got parks, police, city attorney's office, city secretary's office, finance, purchasing, city manager's office, city council. We allocate a portion of the city's general administrative cost to other functions of the utility, so they pay their fair share back to the city's general fund. A good example would be utility funds, water fund, wastewater fund. They're operating enterprises of the city, but they do require assistance and support from the city attorney's office, from the finance department, from the IT department, from the city manager's office. They need decisions and policy direction from council. So a portion of all these support costs are allocated to the funds. The 61 funds I showed you a few slides ago, that's the cost reimbursement of support costs, proportionate share, not 100% of general fund. A proportionate share comes back as a reimbursement to the general fund. And we do a study. We actually do an indirect cost allocation plan study. We don't guess at this. A study-based allocation plan each year. We did one last year. We're about to start the next one so we can have some solid numbers for going forward. We also have equity transfers from the two utilities, water utility and the wastewater utility. And the equity transfer means this, and it's a common methodology used across all city governments that use, or that they have and operate their own electric utility, gas utility, water utility, wastewater utility. The citizens, taxpayers of Kyle, own the water utility and wastewater utility, right? They're the owners. So this concept, acceptable practice, And as a tax-exempt utility of the city, they don't pay franchise tax to the city. They don't pay any right-of-way cost to the city. The citizens, who are the owners of the system, get a portion of revenue from the utility in lieu of property taxes and right-of-way acquisition costs and franchise tax. It's a policy decision that council may decide we no longer want to do that. But mind you, anytime you remove any of these transfers in, unless you reduce an equal amount on the expenditure side of the equation for general fund, we would have an imbalance, and we would have to make either a cut on the expenditure side to balance that, or we have to find another source of revenue to make that up. Or you could have a combination of both. So as we go through the budget process, I want to make sure y'all understand the transfers coming into the general fund, if they're eliminated or reduced, there's a consequential impact to the general fund.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're saying is that if our utilities, like our water utilities, were for-profit, like if they were Aqua or one of the other private providers that are for-profit, those would be expenses that would be incurred in the rates of their customers.
That's correct. And a good example is PEC or CenterPoint Gas. They operate within our city. They use our streets. They use our right-of-ways, right? PEC is tax exempt. They don't pay us tax. But they do pay us a franchise tax for the privilege of operating within our city and using our roads and using our right-of-ways. So they reimburse us on an annual basis. The same thing is for cable company. The internet providers, they all pay the city a franchise fee. But since the taxpayers of Kyle own the water and wastewater utilities, they're not investor-owned utilities, we have a payment in lieu of taxes, which is the equity transfer. So going down this list of revenue sources for the general fund, the other 800-pound gorilla that we want to talk about today is that yellow slice of the pie, development revenues. The budget was $7 million, which is 9% of the sources of revenues. It's a big source. And what is made up in that development revenue, when developers come up with their development plans, we go through a very thorough development review. So there are fees associated with reviewing those development plans. So you have engineering department involved, you have the fire department involved, you have the public works department involved, you have the water and wastewater utility folks involved. So there's a lot of cost incurred in reviewing those plans, and we want to recoup that cost, and they are recouped through these development fees. In addition, the development fees include permit fees. When our building inspection department issues permits for building, or they charge inspection fees, they're included in this bucket, in the development fees bucket. And then we have other sources of revenues. We talked about the franchise fees. That's a good amount of money that the city receives from PEC, from CenterPoint, from other utility providers, from internet service providers, from the cable company. And it's pretty close to $4 million every year. And it goes toward the general operations of the city. So this is the sources of funds, the revenues that come into the general fund. So now let's talk about where does the money go? How do we use that money? So one thing I do want to point out, if you look at the revenue sources, is 78.6 million. If you look at the expenditure or uses of funds, is 77.5 million. It's less than the revenues. This is what's called balanced budget. We proposed a balanced budget to City Council for this year. That has always been our goal, to present a balanced budget. Now, from time to time, we have one-time expenditures. If we have surplus fund balance, we will use that money for buying equipment, heavy trucks, Vector trucks, whatever our city organization needs. But those are only one time, not recurring. Once we buy that truck, that expenditure goes away. But if you hire employees, they're recurring. It's every year. Okay, so uses of funds for the general fund. The largest slice of the pie is the dark blue. It's our public safety expenditures. 26% or $20.4 million of that $77 million. And in that public safety bucket, we have our police department, our emergency management services is in that bucket. Anything related to public safety is in that slice of the pie. And I call it 3 Ps. These are departments, their names start with the letter P. So you've got police department. Next up is our transportation and public works department, which is the yellow, or mustard. 18%, or almost $14 million. These are the folks that take care of our sidewalks, our potholes, our street maintenance, street reconstruction that we do with our own crews. This is where that bucket is. And then if you look at the third P is that green at the 5 o'clock position, Parks and Recreation, 9.7 million or 13%. And then everything else is basically the support service departments, information technology, city secretary's office, city attorney's office, city manager's office, mayor and council. You will see to the left at the 10 o'clock position, solid waste services. Let me explain what that is. That is the trash service that we provide to our residents that is through a contract with Texas Disposal System. They charge us 4.5. We pass through that charge to our customers. We don't make any profit. We don't upcharge it. We add what costs the city to provide that customer service. The people at the front window, they take their utility bills, their trash bills, they answer the phones, they connect and disconnect service. That's included in there. But I would say 99% or 95% of that cost is to pay TDS, or Texas Disposal Systems. So this is how the city's general fund money is used every year.
Quick question.
Yes.
On the general fund, the sources coming in and the uses of these funds so far, would you say that we're on target for receiving in and spending out?
No, that's the exercise today.
Okay.
That we will show you.
Okay.
We are on target on the expenditure side, but we're not on target on the revenue side.
Perfect. Just want to make sure that's shared.
If you live in Kyle, and if you receive a tax bill and you're a property owner, you have these jurisdictions that appear on your tax bill. So the largest contributor is the school district, is the dark blue or the navy blue. Hayes CISD is 46% of your tax bill. Then going clockwise, next is the red, is the city of Kyle. Our current tax rate is 59.57%, so we represent about 24% of your tax bill. Moving up is Hays County at 16% or 39.99 is their tax rate. But Hays County, you have to add another piece to it. They have two tax rates. One is for the general government, which is the 39 cents, the mustard yellow. And then at the 11 o'clock position is the Hays County road tax at 4 cents. So you have to add literally both of those to come up with the real Hays County tax. And then, of course, we have the community college, Hays County ESD 5, Hays County ESD 9, Plum Creek Conservation District, and Plum Creek Groundwater District. They're all on our tax bill. So I just wanted to show you that of the $2.48 or 49 cents, the tax rate, total tax rate for people residing in Kyle, what the city's portion is, and who the other taxing jurisdictions are. So property tax rate, the adopted tax rate for a year that we're in, and remember the tax rates are adopted in September, the tax bills go out in October. So when the tax assessor collector or the Hays County appraiser, chief appraiser refers to a tax year, they're always referring to the calendar year when the tax rate is assessed and imposed, that is on your tax bill. So for 2025 tax year is city's fiscal year 26. So I just want to make sure I'm not confusing y'all. This reference is calendar year when the tax is assessed and is on your tax bill. And if you'll recall from my presentations in the prior years during budget, when we talk about property tax rates, it has two components that make up the total tax rate. Maintenance and operations. This pays for the general government that I showed you on that pie chart. The police department, the city manager's office, the finance department, the purchasing office, the city attorney's office. That's that tax rate. And then interest and sinking rate, or most commonly referred to as the debt service rate. This is to pay for the debt service, principal and interest, that will be due in that fiscal year, not for a past year, not for a future year. Debt that we have already issued, for which we are on the hook and obligated to pay principal and interest in August and February. So that's the tax rate to pay that. If you add those two up, our tax rate, total tax rate for 25 on your tax bill that you received and paid by February was 59.57 cents per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. By taxable assessed valuation, I mean the net property value for your home that is taxable. Because you have gross assessed valuation, then you get exemptions, right? For homestead, for veterans, and for school.
Can I confirm that of that 59.5957, we're looking at 46% of that fee is in interest and sinking rate?
That's correct.
Meaning outside debt services.
54% is for operations, and 46% of that is for debt service of that tax rate.
Would this be a good time to talk about the previous issue that I brought up of the max capacity for the road bond, the max rate?
Sure, or we can wait till the next slide.
Okay, I'll wait till the next slide. I just don't want to forget.
So here I wanted to show y'all a comparison between the 24 tax rate and the 25 tax rate. So maintenance and operations went from 2889 to 3212. The interest and sinking rate went from 1804 to 2745. Or if you look at the last line, we went from 4693 to 5957. That's a 12.64 cents increase in 1 year. That's 26.9%. And I believe one of the speakers earlier said or reminded us that Mayor Pro Tem Tobias was the only council member that did not vote for the tax rate increase.
Question.
That's a huge bump in 1 year for our homeowners.
So the interest and sinking rate is primarily based on our bond issue, or entirely on our bonds.
That is correct.
So that's
However,
primarily water and roads.
not water. These are just roads,
Roads.
parks, intersection improvements, sidewalks.
Okay. So it might be the tax, the bonds that the voters voted for, or it might be the bonds that we're voting for.
So
Two types of bonds.
yeah. So that is, you're absolutely right. It's included, the amount of debt payment that was due in 25, 26 was included in there. However, there was another 4.7 million that was added to the debt service to increase the tax rate. That addition was to prepay debt that was due in a future year. Y'all may
Right.
remember the discussion about defeasance. We prepaid future principal that was not due this year. We brought it forward, which impacted the tax rate.
And also allowed us to pay less interest, ultimately. If we're paying it off more quickly, we
For
pay
the
less
principal amount
interest.
that you paid 3 years early or 4 years early, I don't recall how much, you did save some interest money. But the question is, was it necessary? Did it have enough economic value to offset the tax burden we increased?
That's the question. That's the question. That's an excellent question.
Well,
Because
and
my question would be, how much interest, if these loans are getting ready to expire, that tells me they're probably a little bit older loans, and so the interest rate may not be as high as if it were today. So I would be interested to know how much we saved versus how much extra the taxpayers are paying, giving them this extra financial burden. So, and you don't have to answer that now. That's just my,
Right.
that would be my
And when
theory.
we bring forward the calculation of tax rates for 27, you will see that clearly.
Yeah, and that, we saw those calculations, and that's why we voted for that.
Right.
That it made a great deal of sense to do that, both for the taxpayer and for the budget.
I mean, it's a public policy decision. Staff will do whatever council's will is. Right? Your job as elected officials, I don't have to remind you, is to make policy decisions. Our job in our lane, we stay in our lane, is to carry out the direction and the will of the council. So let's talk about sales tax. If you buy Coca-Cola or potato chips or shoes or clothes or order online from within the city limits of Kyle, you're charged 8.25% sales tax. We don't get all of that 8.25% of the sales tax. So this is how the sales tax is distributed, the revenue, even before we see any of that come to us. State of Texas retains 6.25%. For City of Kyle general fund operations, we get 1%. Cities allowed up to 2%. All cities can impose up to 2%. The City of Kyle imposed 1.5%, and that 1.5% is 1% is for general operations. That 0.5%, the City of Kyle voters by referendum dedicated that portion of the sales tax to be used to reduce their property tax rate burden. And we do that. We apply that 0.5% of sales tax revenue to reduce the impact on the tax rates and revenue.
Question. If that's the case, then say if we didn't have that, the tax rate would be higher by 0.5?
Not exactly 0.5, but it will be slightly higher.
Okay.
Yeah, I've argued that has been negated over time, that just the property tax rate has been increased so that it just washes it out.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Renters love bonds. They love them.
And the last piece, 0.5% of the sales tax generated within the city limits of Kyle goes to Hays County for their general operations. This too, I believe, was done by referendum some years back before my time here. I have been reminded that there is some referendum. I wasn't able to research it. I didn't have the time. But some referendum exists that allowed this to happen. I don't think we can take it back at this point. But we could have, had we not done that, we could have retained another 0.5% from sales tax. So I'll share with you overview of city's bond debt obligations. As we speak, the City of Kyle owes $385.3 million. This is after the February payment we made. And of that $385 million that the city owes, the largest piece is the blue slice of the pie. It's $163.2 million, or 42% of the total pie. It is for water utility infrastructure. It's the city's water utility system infrastructure. That includes all debt issued by ARWA on the city's behalf to bring that water from Carrizo-Wilcox watershed or aquifer to City of Kyle to deliver to us. It also includes the debt city issued on its own for water supply, for water pipes, pump stations, reservoirs. You'll see when you drive down 1626, those huge tanks that we keep our water before it goes to our customers. All those types of infrastructure costs are in here, that we borrowed the money to build those assets. The next slice, the largest slice, is the green one. This is paid back $155 million or $156 million, or 41% of the total, is paid back from property tax coming into the city. And these projects are road bond projects, park improvement projects, sidewalk projects, intersection improvement projects, sidewalks, potholes, street resurfacing, all of those are in here. And then you have TERS number 1, owes about $8.8 million. This was the very first TERS created in the City of Kyle that opened up City of Kyle for economic development. The entire money borrowed by TERS, through TERS number 1 was to design and build FM 1626. We reimbursed TxDOT to build that road ahead of schedule. We couldn't wait, and I think that was a very smart decision by council at the time, not to wait on TxDOT. We wouldn't be seeing the development today in Kyle without that. That opened up Kyle. And then, of course, we have TERS number 2, $17 million that we have issued to date for roundabouts, road improvements, median improvements, and illumination improvement projects. So this is in a pie graph. Some people understand pies better than tables, but I'm giving you both options. So here's the same information in a table format. 56 million for general fund, or 40%. Water rates has 2 pieces, 40.8 million that we issued ourselves directly, and then 122 million that we issued through Conduit, our agency, ARWA. They issued contract revenue bonds on our behalf for our portion of that infrastructure to bring us water. Contract revenue bonds basically means we're under a contract with ARWA to pay the principal and interest due on that debt through our water rates. And then, of course, you have $40 million for wastewater so far, and that number is going to go up drastically because there's one big project that is underway, the wastewater treatment plant expansion. That will, as we issue debt for that, that number is going to increase. And then same information I showed you for TERS number 1 and TERS number 2. So bottom line, we owe, as of today, $385,295,000.
Professor?
Yes.
It's my understanding that the state has some guidelines related to how much percentage of revenue the city can incur in debt. There's a formula?
Yes. And we bring that policy each year before council. The city's financial policy has those formulas embedded in there. It's based on overall assessed valuation of the city, taxable assessed valuations. And then there are other target numbers that we have to be below that. And we'll go through that as we bring the detailed debt information during
And
the
we
budget.
were in compliance when we passed
Yes.
the budget. One of the things I'd like to emphasize is the bonds for a city are like you buying your house. You know, I took out a loan to buy my house. I could not have afforded it. It's a 30-year loan, which our bonds are usually 30 years, so that I could live in that house. I choose to not carry debt on my credit card. So that is a huge percentage of my budget, is everything that I buy goes on a credit card, and I pay that off on a monthly basis. So it's very similar to the debt that the city incurs. You know, we've got to have the water. We have a 17-year-old agreement now with ARWA to do that, and a number of other cities also are part of ARWA. I'm on that board. I see the numbers there and how expensive it is to open new well fields, to get a 70-mile pipeline to us. So it's a huge expense. unfortunately, with the state of water in the state of Texas, and that we have no surface water except for Canyon Lake. We use some water out of Canyon Lake. That is in order for us to provide the water that the city is now needing due to its growth and its new development, which includes Six Creeks as new development. That's only, what, 7 years? No, 8 years old, maybe, Six
Something
Creeks.
like that, yes.
So that is, they're using the Arwa water. It's just, it's what we have to do. It's like our house payment. We've got to provide those resources, and the same with the roads. We can't build them all at once. That would be wonderful if we could just save up money and save up money, but the state does not allow you to do that. There is a maximum amount, right, that the state says you can save before you have to reduce the rates of the tax rates. So we can't just save our money like you might do for your own house, for your own property, your own driveway, or the fence you want to build out back. We have to pay that in some other way. So it's very similar. It's just a bigger amount for the city than for my individual house.
Yes, Councilmember Harris, your analogy is right on the mark. For a growing city and these types of infrastructure, we don't design and build for the next 2 years or next 5 years. They're long-term assets and infrastructure. We don't have that much cash laying around to pay on cash. So to comply with city growth demands, to comply with TCQ requirements, to comply with federal requirements, we have to build infrastructure ahead of time. I can give you a good example for the wastewater treatment plant facility. The state law requires, or TCQ policy or standards or rules require that once you hit 75% of your capacity, treatment capacity, thou shalt be in design. When you hit 90% of capacity, it requires thou shalt be in construction. So there are some limitations and challenges that we must abide by. For a growing city, what I was leading up to is for a growing city like City of Kyle that didn't have any infrastructure not too long ago.
And we did not own the wastewater plant.
Right.
That was Aqua, and they had some major issues which we have had to clean up, as though we basically started over with the water treatment plant.
Wastewater treatment, yes.
The
You're
wastewater
right.
treatment
Yes.
plant, sorry.
Can I just confirm, when we talk about taxable assessed value, does that include real estate or items that not cash on hand? Because when I was reading the last year's audit, it had like two different amounts, and it talked about this is how much we have for taxable assessed value, but that also included like real estate or tangible things that you can't immediately go and get cash for. So is the bond debt, is that issued under that big amount, or is it issued under revenue and actual cash that we receive as a city?
So when we issue debt, there are two types of debt we typically issue: the general obligation bonds and certificates of obligation. The general obligation bonds are debt instruments that the voters decide. They decide what we're going to use that money for and how much we're going to issue that debt for. The certificates of obligation type debt are non-voter authorized, meaning we don't go to the voters, but we issue debt for projects that we must build to comply with state law or regulations or what have you. But it is a policy decision by council which ones we take to voters, which ones we don't. Y'all can decide. You can tell us you can't issue a single dime without voters' authorization. Or you can tell us continue the policy you are maintaining? Those types of questions we're going to bring before you on June 13th when we talk about our CIP spending plan.
Okay, let me rephrase my question.
No, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I just went about the long way. So when we issue general obligation bonds, we are promising and guaranteeing to the bondholders that we will, the city council and the voters promise to repay that through their property tax rates. And they will repay at a tax rate, whatever it might have to be. Right? So if the values drop, the tax rates have to go up to make that payment. That's the guarantee we're making to the bondholders when we issue that debt. And they're guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the city of Kyle government, local government.
And our credit rating is?
AA minus at this time. The COs, or certificates of obligation, they can be issued with the full faith and credit of the property tax guaranteed by tax rate, or exclusively guaranteed by the utility rates, or exclusively guaranteed by TERSs. In our case, our utilities are not large enough, or their revenue streams are not large enough to guarantee their self-sufficiency to guarantee any debt that they take on. So when we issue certificates of obligation for utility projects, they're guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the city government. If the utility fails to be able to pay back, the city is saying we'll step in and use our property tax money to pay off that debt.
And our rating is impacted, our rating impacts the interest rate on those bonds dramatically.
Yes, the ratings is very similar to the credit scores we each have. The higher the score, the better interest you get. Credit rating works the same way, but it's at a city government level or county government level or state government level. Our current rating is AA minus. We have been getting good credit based on that. But next time we go out for bond, we're going to get reevaluated again. They're going to look at our financial positions, just like your credit score depends on your income and how much you owe, where do you owe, how often were you missing your payments.
And what your assets are.
Right. We go through the exact same thing, but at a much larger scale. And that scrutiny is very thorough. I would rather go for a dental exam or drilling than that. It's not very pleasant. They're doing their due diligence. I don't blame them, right? They're giving their credit rating seal of stamp on our name that we can go to the bondholders. The bondholders and the investors are relying on that credit rating. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. I can talk about debt and bonds all day long. So that same $385 million, when you pay with interest until maturity, just like your mortgage, you buy a $100,000 home, you take out $100,000, it's a 15-year mortgage or a 30-year mortgage, you end up paying something larger than what you had initially borrowed, the financing cost. So on $385 million, if we keep these bonds until maturity, meaning we don't prepay them or defease them, we will pay another $226 million in financing cost, and that total is $611 million together. And here I've shown you by who's going to pay: property tax, water rates, wastewater rates, TERS 1, TERS 2.
Can I ask a question?
This is on existing debt. I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you're good. So the $385.3 million does not include the existing $210 million for the road bond, is that correct? Or the $7 million that the voters approved for the parks? Or the $69 million that the previous city council approved for the animal shelter and other projects? Is that correct?
Partially correct.
Okay.
So let me clarify that. The $10 million that the voters approved in 2020 for the parks improvements, which was going to be matched dollar for dollar by the county, that $10 million has been issued.
Okay.
So that's in this $385 million. The $294 million that the voters authorized in 2022 for the road improvements, not all of it has been issued, but only the portion that has been issued is included in here.
That would be the 83.9 million?
Yes. Then the $69 million that you referred to about the animal shelter or
I think it was like the animal shelter, the senior center.
Sportsplex
There was a
or
couple-
whatever that discussion was. No, we have
Not
not
the
issued
No, I
any
don't
debt
think it- you
for
did okay.
animal shelter or Sportsplex.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
So what's causing the debt? We talked about it earlier, you know, we talked about a growing city having needs for its capital improvement projects. So that's number one. New capital improvement projects, we must build, we have to build. There are some that are must, there are some that are nice to haves. Number two, funding requirements for the 5-year spending plan, what's in the plan? Number three is the expedited timing of those capital projects. We've been going 100 miles an hour trying to build everything at one time. We're going to have to slow down. I'm going to be upfront with you. Those projects that have to be done, like the road bonds, those projects that require public safety concerns, emergency concerns, they will get done. But those projects that we can wait and not harm our residents in any way, those will get pushed. We can't afford all of these. And we'll show you on June 13th. We're going to have a budget reality check. The changes in project scope is increasing cost. Increases in project estimates is increasing costs. We've already
Yes.
talked about our $1.3 billion.
Before we leave that page, so one of the things about expediting the projects that we talked about last year, when we talked about expediting, especially the road bond projects,
Yes.
but was that the costs were going up, and that, well, the costs had been estimated, but they had gone down some in the last couple of years. And expediting them was saving us money, where if it then goes up in the future, we would have already accomplished those projects. So there was a trade-off there. It wasn't just like, oh, let's hurry up. It was, let's get things done while the costs have gone down. And in fact, we saved a great deal of money by doing that on the road bond projects, if I'm correct.
But we also have to, Councilmember, with all due respect, we also have to balance that with the impact on our residents.
Well,
the
certainly.
Tax rate.
Yeah, certainly. But that was some of the discussion we
Yes.
just had last year.
You're correct.
Well, and to Councilmember Harris's credit, those were factored into last year's budget and, last year's tax rates.
Yeah.
We were very intentional with long-term trying to minimize the impact on the residents.
So now we're going to talk about the historical trends for revenues and expenditures. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Andy Alejandro.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, sir.
You have to point it to that camera.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. For the record, I'm Andy Alejandro, the city's interim deputy finance director. I'm not trying to take that title from Pervez. I have had to write everything I had down I was going to say. I'm not as good as Pervez. I can't just talk off the cuff like he can, but I'll try to do as good a job as I can. In this section, I'll be focusing on the city's historical trends, which provide critical context for understanding our current financial condition and the challenges we are facing as we move into the next budget cycle. Over the next several slides, we will walk through key financial indicators across the past several fiscal years, specifically trends in revenues, expenditures, fund balance, staffing levels, personnel costs, capital investment, and debt service requirements. And I know that this is a lot of information, and if y'all need me to slow down or stop, or if you have questions, please let me know. I can definitely take my time. Oh, it worked. Okay, this first chart is a Pervez Mohit chart. I can't take credit for this one, but it does show the long-term evolution of both the M&O, the maintenance and operation, and the INS, the interest and shrinking tax rates from 1998 through 2026. And I'd like to for you to notice the low of 0.2707 cents in 2008 to a high of 0.6926 cents in 1992, and along with our current tax rate of 0.5957 cents. Recent increases in the interest and sinking rates reflect rising debt obligations related to our capital projects, as Pervez brought up earlier. At this time, debt obligations are contributing more to the increase in total rate than operational costs. Are there any questions?
Go back, I'm sorry.
Oh,
So council.
there was a question.
So on this bar graph, the blue represents the M&O rate that we showed you earlier, and the yellow represents the INS rate that we need to pay our debt service each year. You'll notice that in the past, prior to 2008, the yellow portion was much higher, and we've been paying off the debt, and the yellow was shrinking. But as we had to invest in infrastructure, the INS portion is increasing. We just have to be cognizant of that fact and be smart about it, how we manage these two elements of the tax rate going into the future.
The M&O rate has been relatively flat over the last half decade. It's the INS rate that's been more fluctuating and had the largest impact in our tax rate. Would that be a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment because we were able to use other sources of revenue to pay our increasing maintenance and operation costs. And we'll show you in a minute.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And a lot of that increase is due to our increase in population.
I think we discussed that, like the percentage of increase in population, and this is between me, Councilmember Goza, and Mayor Pro Tem, and it wasn't exactly proportionate to the
Not
growth.
exactly,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
that
I wouldn't even say
necessarily be.
exactly. It would just, there was a difference. So the growth didn't exactly match the spending or the hiring process. So
Now,
that's-
if you're planning for the future, which we are, 30 years, if we're taking out a 30-year bond, you would not expect it to exactly match current.
Well, I think what we were talking about was maintenance and M&O. So that's really just staff and maintenance and nothing to do with debt, everything to do with just, hiring and daily expenditures, kind of like operational.
Now, those are some of the things we have more control over, yeah.
Thank you. This next chart shows our sales tax collections from 2008 through our current best estimate in 2026. You can see our revenues rose from $2.2 million in 2008 to roughly more, or for our best estimate of $20.2 million in 2026. As you can see, the growth has continued to increase, but it's been at a more moderate rate lately. So we cannot assume the continued high growth trends that we've seen going forward. On this slide, you can see the general fund revenues broken down by the four major categories: property tax, sales tax, development revenues, and other revenues. We put on there, you can see the actuals from fiscal year 2020, 21, for 5 actual fiscal years, the approved budget in the current year, 2025, 26, and then our current best estimate for 2025, 26. One of the biggest takeaways is that revenue growth has slowed and underperformed expectations. Because of the slowdown, the city has become more dependent on transfers in, and those include water, wastewater, and indirect support costs, like Pervez mentioned earlier. And you can see in the graph, you can notice how the total revenue has slowed down in the past few years, and we've been more reliant on transfers in to offset the slowdown of the revenues.
We need more wash sharpers. Explain the difference, variance.
Oh, as you can see, the property tax was it 800 million below our approved budget. Sales tax is 1.7 million below our budget, and development revenues is roughly $2 million short of our projections. So that leads us to the $4 million shortfall that we're seeing in revenues currently right now.
I do have a quick question about that. The state comptroller reports that we've gotten year-to-date $8,812,833.53, which is a 9.21% increase over year-to-date previous year, which matches what our original approved budget amount was. So I have a question about where the difference is falling there. Also, from the Hayes County Tax Assessor Collector's Office, the Kyle 2025 property tax revenue was $42,522,312.47. I understand not all of that makes it to the general fund. I would like to know where that difference is and kind of how the waterfall happens to create that difference between that dollar amount and where we're at in the general fund.
Well,
I don't expect you to have that.
No, I can tell you right now.
Okay.
That $42 million is the total tax that we received. Not all of it is for general fund. The other half is for the INS. So this number that Andy is showing you is the M&O portion of that tax revenue. We had budgeted 21.7 million, and we have collected to date 20.8. And our best estimate to finish by 9/30, most of our tax revenues have already come in. Very little is going to come in for the rest of the year. Our best estimate, and we're going to finish the year by 9/30 at 20,828,000. So that's the M&O piece of it. The 42 or 40 million, whatever you're referring to, is the total property tax. The other half goes to, or the difference goes to INS fund, which is not accounted for in the general fund.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this screen is just for revenue, right? And revenue is in excess of stuff that we have to pay.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
just focused on revenues, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, on this next slide, you'll see this will be the operation and maintenance cost just for the general fund. Again, you notice that we had actuals for 2020, 21 through 2024, 25. So we have 5 fiscal years of actuals. The approved budget for 2025, 26, and our best estimate for the remainder of 2025, 26. And this slide shows how the general fund maintenance and operations have gone from roughly $34 million in 2020, 21 to $77 million in our estimate for the rest of the fiscal year. Some examples of the maintenance and operation costs for the city, are the police department, parks and recreation, finance, and the city manager's office. These costs include personnel costs, insurance, equipment, utilities, and fuel. Some of the primary drivers of this increase is an increase in staffing and service expansion. And in the graph, you will see a rapid increase of our expenditures throughout the years to where we're at right now with the $77 million. Again, you'll see a similar trend with a lot of my charts. You'll see this is the fund balance for the general fund. You'll see 5 actuals, from 2020, 2021 through 2024, 25, and our best estimate for the remainder of the year for 2025-26. You'll see that our fund balance has started off at $21 million in fiscal year 2020-21 to a peak of $34.2 million in fiscal year 2022-23. And it declines to our current $10.3 million and our best estimate for fiscal year 2025-26. In this graph, you will notice we are rapidly drawing down on our reserves, and the fund balance is being used to support ongoing operations. This trend is not sustainable for the long-term health of the city.
And to help explain the fund balance equation, is the revenues minus expenditures is the bottom line that flows through that equation.
May I ask, what is our 25% charter requirement amount?
We'll show you, when Holly goes
Yes.
through, we'll
Okay.
show you that.
Thank you.
But that's what this is.
The 10 million
That
is
is
not
what-
25%.
Yeah, but this is what that 25% refers to.
Yes.
Is this
Yes.
exact chart.
Yes. Yes.
I had a quick question, if you don't mind going back to that.
No.
So if we started to show a deficit, we start showing at 34 million in 2022, 23, then why in 23, 24, and then 24, 25, we weren't showing those numbers decreasing to where we could have caught it?
We were.
We were.
I had
You did?
many concerns last year
Yeah.
and had many, many conversations about why we dropped roughly $9 million in our general fund. And I was assured that our estimates were on point and we would not be where we're at today.
And that just raises the question, on that end, where do those numbers go? If we were seeing that should have been a red flag for us back then, in 2023, 24, and then 25, and now we're at 10 million, where we've lost almost $24 million in decrease in the general fund, in our balance.
Yes.
All right, moving on. Did you have your question answered? Okay.
We'll show you, Mayor Pro Tem, in a
Yes, sir.
few slides.
Okay.
What's drawing down the fund balance.
Okay.
We showed you, go back to the M&O slide. So right here, this is the total operating expenses of the general fund. We're
Okay.
talking about general fund only. This is the bottom line expenses of the general fund. All your employees, their salaries, their payroll taxes, retirement, all of the contractuals, these are those type of line items such as office supplies, travel, training, consultants that we hire for studies, non-capital related studies, commodities. Commodities include things like we buy equipment, laptops, food, meals, office supplies, printing, maps, those types of things. The day-to-day power, electricity for the buildings, things like that. So the bottom line operating expenses for the general fund, if you look at the first column in 2021, right, was $34 million. Do you see that where it says total expenditures? I wish we had a pointer, a laser pointer. We can.
Do it? I do.
Oh, you do?
I don't know how it works, though.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Good
somebody else.
honesty.
I'm not doing that. Somebody else is doing it. I'm not that good.
I think it's Chris in the control room.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. So point at the $34 million. Do you see that, Mayor Pro Tem? So 5 years ago, our total operating expenses was $34 million. And then if you move towards that time spectrum all the way to actual in 24-25, it went up to 68 million. And then when you look at the budget that we approved for this year, went up to 77 million. And our best estimate is that we're going to be within budget, but it's $77 million. So from 34 million to 77 million, we doubled it in 5 years, right? That's almost 127%. So that explains some of that question you had. What happened to the fund balance? Where did it go?
Okay.
It got eaten up by expenditures and it kept going up. The revenues didn't go up that fast. And we'll show you as
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an omen.
That's the warning that we had. when we were talking about
It couldn't be any clearer.
And perfect timing.
So Mayor Pro Tem, I
We're
just want to make
sounding
sure.
the alarm, everybody. We're sounding the alarm.
Before we go any further, I want to make sure I answered your question.
Yes, sir. You sure did.
Thank you.
And Pravesh, you will be going in more detail
Yes,
on what
yes.
those expenses were,
What- yeah,
why they increased,
The makeup of those.
and what our decisions were on those, because we knew they were increasing. It's like not a surprise. So there were definite reasons we were behind on a lot of things that we should have been paying attention to and weren't. So we're now paying attention to them. So it's not, it kind of sounds like over-the-top spending. It may not have been, but we will go over that.
Well, it's always over the top when you don't have enough revenue to pay those bills.
Well, we estimated that we did.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah,
that's
we have to make some adjustments. This is the only fund, by the way, this is the only fund that has a deficit, is that correct?
Right now, general fund is the only fund.
Thank you.
But looking forward.
We want to be careful.
I'm sorry?
We want to be careful with
Yes,
everything.
yes.
Sure.
So that's the fund balance. So now we're going to overlay that overall picture with what are some of the cost drivers.
One of the biggest cost drivers for the city is our authorized positions. So you'll see again, we have our approved numbers that we had from fiscal year 2020, 21, for 5 fiscal years for 2024, 25, through our current estimate of 471 employees. So we started in 2020, 21 with 282 employees. And of course, we rose to 471 in fiscal year 25, 26. This is about a 67% increase in this 5-year window. The city has expanded services and staffing significantly. This increase directly contributes to the rising operating cost as seen in slide 27. As you will see in the graph, the FTEs have steadily increased year over year. In this chart, you will see the total personnel costs for all major operating funds, and this includes the general fund, water utility fund, wastewater utility fund, and the storm drainage utility fund. Again, you will see actuals from fiscal year 2020 for 5 fiscal years going through 2024, 25 to our current best estimate of 25, 26. This slide is directly connected to the charting graph on the previous slide, 29, with the increase of FTEs that has directly impacted the total personnel cost. Personnel costs have grown from about $20 million in fiscal year 2020, 21 to nearly $57 million in fiscal year 2025, 26. Personnel cost has nearly tripled in the last 5 years. Personnel is now one of the largest and fastest growing cost drivers for the city. Some of these costs include our wages, overtime, retirement, payroll taxes, insurances. Please note that the area highlighted in blue, which shows the cumulative change from fiscal year 2020, 21 to fiscal year 2025, 26. You will see an increase of $37.1 million, or 186.28%.
One thing to note here, Council, is the operating budget of the city, 65%, roughly 65%, is personnel cost.
Go ahead, do you have a question?
When you present to us a plan for reducing this deficit, I assume that you will also present to us, because it's going to have to be in personnel, obviously, what the impact to services will be by reducing that. if we reduce our police department? What is the impact on that service? If we reduce our road department, what will be the impact on those services? So you'll bring that back to us.
Yes, that is correct. So when I bring the proposed budget in late July, on August 1st, actually, it'll be a balanced budget. And how we do it, we'll share that with you. It have to be a combination of all of the above.
Well, that all personnel equates to the services that the city offers to our residents. So
Some are direct,
Yeah.
some are not so direct. I'll be looking for those redundancies first before we touch police, public safety, things like that.
thank you.
Can I confirm that between 2024 and 2026, it looks like is there like a 66% increase just in those 2 years alone?
That's probably correct because we increased the public safety salaries quite a bit.
I think, I'm asking the finance director or interim city manager.
Yeah, I'm
Will you
just saying,
confirm
I
that?
remember that.
If you would please repeat your question.
I just wanted to confirm it's like a 66% increase in the last 2 years?
If you look at the line that says change from prior fiscal year, so in 23-24, it went up by 10 million almost, 9.9 from the year before. And the following year, it went up another 8.6 from the year before. So that's 18 million in 2 years.
Okay.
I hope I answered your question.
Good, you did good enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on this chart, you'll see one of the bigger cost drivers for the personnel is overtime. And this shows the overtime for all city departments, for all funds, again, from fiscal year 2020, 21 through fiscal year 2024, 25, including our current best estimate for fiscal year 2025, 26. Overtime is a component of the total personnel cost, as we mentioned in slide 30. Total overtime has increased from approximately $684,000 in fiscal year 2020, 21 to about $1.7 million in fiscal year 2025, 26. As you can see, that's from our best estimate for right now. These departments are presented here from highest to lowest, allowing you to see where the largest impacts are occurring across the city. Please note the area highlighted in blue again, which shows the cumulative change since fiscal year 2021. As you can see, overtime has increased by nearly $1 million, or 145.84% over that time period. This trend reinforces what we saw on the prior slide. Overtime is a significant and growing cost pressure across multiple departments and will be an important area of focus as we work to manage operating costs going forward.
One additional comment to clarify overtime. The $1 million for police department looks like a big number, right? But you also have to understand it's not just for direct police activities. It is also things like when we have festivals and fairs and other public events where they have to provide security. Council chambers, these are all overtime-related costs. So I have asked the Parks Director and the Parks team and Jesse to come back with a plan that identifies all these programs that we provide through the Parks Department that are drivers of overtime. Kyle Fair is a good example. It's great. Everybody loves it, right? But it's not just the Parks Department that is in the cost factor or calculation of the cost. There are other departments that are all hands on deck. So when you have volunteers from the Public Works Department or from Finance Department or from City Attorney's Office, these people get paid overtime if they're hourly employees. Police Department has to be called in to provide public safety or security. So these are also drivers. So we don't have to just look at what police department is doing, but what are we doing that causes police department to incur more overtime?
That is true. When we have our events, such as our Founder's Day Parade, we have our Veterans Day Parade, and then also we have all the other activities that we have, especially during the holiday season, when we have the Grinch on the Fest and all these other events that we want to do on, Music on the Greens, however you do it. You have to provide that police presence there as well. And again, when you go to like the Kyle Fest, you do see city employees out there manning the post and manning the facilities itself and making sure it runs smooth, especially when you have the holidays square open up. You do see a lot of staff out there working. It's not saying that they're not also doing their 8 to 5 job, but they're also having to cover for a lot of those. We could also look at saying if we're going to have these events, we can outsource and hire a company that come out there to do all that, but then there's a cost there. So to go back to what Dr. Harris, you're saying, yes, we're going to probably need to go and reevaluate what's considered the overtime hours, and then if it means that when it comes to staffing, if, we don't want to use the word reduction or layoffs, nothing like that, right? That's hard to hear, but if it's a matter of restructuring or reorganizing each department and maybe somebody's going to have to be transferred to another department or try to be able to work through that, and I think you'll be able to do that. But it's something to consider as well because of our public safety. We want to continue to have these events in our city. Those are things that we as a council are going to need to decide how we're going to be able to fund those.
I would also recommend staff and even council going back to look at the 2023 meeting. We had, it was a finance meeting, and it was a whole conversation about the overtime for the police department. It was very informative, and it kind of discussed and detailed what exactly encompasses the overtime. I wasn't aware of it. It was an agenda item brought by Mayor Mitchell, and it was very informative. So if I don't know if we can find it and give it to the council, and just so we're at a good understanding and we're not repeating things that we had concerned back then because they were already addressed. And I think it was like a 40-minute conversation, so it should be simple enough for
I
us
was
to
in the
go
audience
back.
at the time. I vaguely remember it.
Yes, it was good. It was very informative.
Because when you do look at the police department, you also have to look at there are also officers that are either on medical leave or on vacation or training. And then also you have also, if there's a major accident right at shift change, you got to work that scene, and that could take a couple hours, and you got to compensate on that end.
That's why I specifically distinguished between what police department has to do, must do, right? And those things that we're asking them to do that are optional, we have to seriously look at that. I was saying earlier, I've asked the Parks Department and Jesse to help me come up with a list of all park activities that require police support or other department support that we bring to you as policymakers. Okay, we have a list of 30 of these, and here's the cost for each one of them. You let us know which ones are your top priorities that you want to continue and which ones we need to shed off or at least pause.
Thank you.
How much of this 1.68 million in estimated overtime exceeds what we'd budgeted for?
I could tell you that.
1.3 million.
It was not well budgeted.
So we only budgeted for 300,000 in overtime when, according to this chart I'm looking at, we've never been close to that.
Exactly, yeah. I think one year was 99,000 and another year was 200,000. So yeah, it would be combined, 25, 26, both years, 300,000. I looked at that. It's actually online in our digital workbook. And because historically, we have never been under $400,000 to $500,000 would be an average, but as you see over time.
And looking
it's
at
gone up.
this, I mean, going back to 2020, 684 was the lowest.
Well, that's for total overtime, just for the police department. I was talking about, it was
Oh, well,
452,000.
I was saying for the total, the 1.68.
Yeah, I agree.
So these are the things we're going to be very closely scrutinizing. And the departments who have been promising, I'll make up the overtime through vacancy savings, we're going to call them out. Period.
All right, moving on.
Thank you. This chart is directly related to the slide we saw previously. Instead of breaking overtime down by department and fund, this slide shows the total overtime cost across the city. As stated previously, overtime costs have significantly increased over time from approximately $684,000 in fiscal year 2020-21 to about $1.7 million in fiscal year 2025-26. That represents more than a doubling in overtime cost over this 5-year period. And this trend highlights a growing cost pressure across the organization and reflects increased operational demands. Any other questions about this one? On this slide, you'll see the cash transfers from general fund to fund CIP projects. Again, you'll see that we have the actuals from fiscal year 2020, 2021 of $11.2 million to our actuals for 2024-25 of another $11.2 million. And in our estimate, we have zero. The general fund transfers are a key financial tool we use to support capital projects on a pay-as-you-go basis, which helps reduce our reliance on issuing additional debt. Transfers have fluctuated from year to year based on the capacity allowed from the general fund. It has grown from a high of the $13.9 million you can see in fiscal year 2023-24 to the zero that we have currently. The general fund's capacity to support capital has declined significantly, and this has caused a greater reliance to debt fund the CIP. And this graph shows how the transfers have varied over the years down to the zero we have currently.
If you go back to slide 28, real quick. So the CIP transfers, cash transfers, we rely on surplus fund balance. So if we have surplus fund balance and we have CIP expenditures we got to build and construct projects, we would very much like to, every time, use cash to avoid having to borrow, right? It saves us money in the long term. As the fund balances have declined over time, you can literally overlay this graph to the CIP transfers and you'll see the exact same trend line. As the fund balance has declined, now go back to your CIP, we've been unable to use surplus funds to fund CIP projects. So now the CIP stays about the same. We don't have cash to pay for that. Now we're 100% borrowing to build those projects. That's the message here in this slide. To a point where now this approved budget that we're in, we had zero for CIP cash funding because the fund balance has already been absorbed by operating requirements.
Moving on.
Thank you. This chart is a snapshot of the city's 5-year capital improvement program, our CIP. And this shows the 5-year snapshot for each fiscal year on the chart. As you can see, there has been significant growth over this period. The 5-year CIP has increased from $175 million in fiscal year 2019 to about $1.3 billion in fiscal year 2026. This is reflecting a substantial expansion in the city's capital improvements. With this level of growth in capital projects, the city has had to rely more heavily on debt issuance to fund these investments, which has in turn increased our long-term obligations. As a result, the rapid expansion of the CIP is a major driver of the financial pressure the city is currently financing. The graph illustrates this trend clearly, showing a steadily and significant increase in the size of the 5-year CIP plans over the past 8 fiscal years.
So the message here, council, is we cannot sustain $1.3 billion CIP program, period. We have to re-examine, reevaluate how we do our CIP planning. I've already talked to Mike Trimble and his CIP delivery team, how we're gonna scale back. We're gonna separate the must-haves from wants. And we're gonna bring that list back to you on June 13th. Y'all tell us, do you wanna go to the voters? Do you want us to continue the pathway we're on? Or any combination thereof? So
I do
we'll
have
bring
a question.
Sorry.
Say we would, for those people that are like, no, we have to move forward, we have to do this. Can you bring back something that shows us what it would look like if we stayed on this trajectory and we decided to push forward with all everything that people said that they wanted? Because some people say this is not realistic, like this is, we're making a bigger deal out of this is not a big deal, we're overblowing it, et cetera, and they're calling me, it's a Chicken Little, whatever they want to describe it as, because I've had these concerns for probably 5+ years. So let's say, okay, you're right, we are going to do this. The residents say they want to move forward. They want to push through with $1.3 billion in additional, obviously, CO bonds because we cannot, or CO or GO bonds, because we cannot sustain off of the general fund. Can you bring us something back that would show our residents a tax rate or something that, hey, this is what it's going to look like if we proceed?
Sure, I can, but I've already shown you.
I agree, but I'm just
What's
saying,
here.
if we had a number like, hey, guess what? We're going to have to raise your tax rate 100%, 150%, whatever that is.
You really want me to get tarred and feathered?
No, absolutely not. What I want to do is to prove a point, right? Like we are not overreaching.
We
We're
can
not,
show you that.
Okay.
We can show you what it will do to the water rates. We will show you what it'll do to the wastewater rates. We will show you what it'll do to the property tax rates.
Okay.
Newark, New Jersey. And that you make a good point, Mayor, because there are a lot of people out there, and I'll take accountability for this myself, because I've been on these councils. I take accountability for a lot of the spending that we're doing, and I hold myself to that. But you are right, Mayor. There are certain things that people are saying, you guys are overblowing this, and we need to have certain projects done. If we do that, if we're on this mark to we're at 1.2 billion, where's it going to put our tax rate? Are we going to need to go to our whole city itself, from the expenditures that are right here? And looking at these numbers here, and then I look at my district that is so desperately needing those roads widened and fixed. And we still have 2 temporary traffic lights that are at major intersections, and then seeing where we're at on our spending, and I can't get one damn road fixed. It just, that's what gets me the most. And yes, we can say it's going to cost us more in the future if we don't get this done now. We got to drive forward. We got to conquer. We got to conquest. But again, it's now we're looking at scaling back even more, and it seems like I'm stuck again.
Mayor Pro Tem, you raise a good point, but there's a solution to this, right? The solution is we have to be realistic. We cannot do $1.3 billion worth of CIP projects in a 5-year window. There is no way on God's green earth that we can lift that kind of project level. We have to be realistic. What can we really do? The 2022 road bond projects, staff was told thou shalt do it in 5 years. That's unrealistic. It's not going to happen. So the first exercise we're going to have to do internally before we come before you is what is our realistic CIP spending plan that we can actually lift and deliver? That's one. Two, of that, how much is really must-have? To me, transportation, roads, road bonds, they're on top of the list. I'll show you in a few slides. Water capacity is there, right? To me, Vibe Trail, new Kensington Park, those can wait, right? So that's what we need to come back to with you as elected officials and body to give us direction. Are we on the right path? Do y'all agree with this? As the priority, correct. I don't want to get thumbs up, thumbs down from y'all. I want you tell me exactly on that list where you want to draw the line. So there is no confusion between staff and what your direction is.
That seems fair. Thank you.
And then I have a further question or input, but when it comes to how it is that we are going to be, I guess, determining what CIP projects or where they fall, what counts as a must-have and what counts as a want, I understand that we have different master plans in which we have identified, for example, like our sidewalk improvement plan, we've identified, hey, based on this matrix, we've determined that these are our targets. We do the same thing for like drainage, stormwater drainage, roads. But it's been something that I've pointed out consistently in the past in a few of the council meetings where we discuss these master plans. But what they don't take into consideration in these matrices is historic investment and equity. And so when it comes to how it is that we move forward in what CIP projects do move forward, I want us to take into consideration within those matrices that historic investment and equity, so that way we can as a council better understand, hey, it's been X number of years since this road that's listed on our master plan has been improved, or it's been years since in this area of town the sidewalks on our sidewalk improvement plan have been touched or improved. Because I think those are the things in which, when I'm thinking of what we do moving forward, I think about what are the areas that have desperately needed improvements for so long that we haven't touched yet? And those aren't included, that information is not included in how we prioritize currently. And to me, that is the failure of I think what's been missing, is the fact that we need to prioritize those underinvested areas first and foremost.
Okay, so I can get on board with that. I see what she's saying. If anybody who's lived in Kyle for an extended period of time understands Martinez Loop, understands Sunflower, which is a city road that residents have paid individually $600 a year to maintain themselves. That is what that looks like. We are not waiting.
In District 6.
In District 6. And we met with these residents last Sunday, and they were explaining to us, since the road is not built out over there, which is a city road, when it rains, it's dirt, it erodes. I mean, anybody that understands the economical, the trees and rock stuff, right? If you can understand that, the environmental aspect, yeah, it's a scary situation for them, and it's unfortunate that they've had to pull out of their own pockets to build their own half road. You know what I mean? And so I get that. We need to prioritize those that we've kind of left behind as a city for the last decade. And I'm going to be on board with that 100%, just to ensure that those people feel like they're heard.
Mm-hmm. So if we can just make sure that whenever, or the direction that's given to Trimble, that it includes that, and whatever plan is brought forward, that we clearly have those things outlined in a presentation to us. So I'd appreciate that.
Certainly.
I would like some clarification from staff. When I brought this up, I think last year, they showed me an ownership map, and it was, the majority of that street was not city-owned, that it was private. So I would like some clarification on that if I could.
I'd like to just make a comment. It isn't so much profligate spending that we're looking at, we base this on our estimates of income. The problem is our estimates on income didn't mature. We're having less income than what we projected. Budget-wise, we're right on. We knew what we were going to spend. That's what we have been spending. I would also like to emphasize that we are not the only city in this region that has these issues. Every single one of us is looking at these issues because of the current economy. So I don't want to say, oh, well, we just threw this money in here for nothing. There are projects that the citizens have prioritized, not just the council. Well, we've had public hearings on all of them. And I believe 2/3 of our road development, sidewalk development is projected for the east side. So, which is most of the neglected area, not entirely all of the neglected area. There's still some on the west side of 35. But, we were doing our very best to address all those issues, I think, in previous councils. And we'll continue to do so. We just need to adjust some spending, right?
Yeah, these are all good points. As we bring forward, we'll try to address them. And Councilmember Zapata, you raised a very good question and those points. But the other thing that is missing from all our master plans that nobody asks, how are you going to pay for it? It's
Well,
good to
they're
have
just-
these master plans.
They're just plans.
Yeah, and just because they're in
Until
master...
they're funded, they're not there.
Right.
They're.
But that
planning
discussion
is one
should
thing.
happen
Please let him finish.
at the time master plan is adopted. What's your big plan? How are you going to pay for it? If I'm still here in 12 months,
Reasonable,
ask me.
yeah.
Well, and additionally, I think I brought up some concerns about what if we don't grow the way we thought we were going to? What if we stay the same? Or what if we shrink? I mean, these are all realities. We have limited resources. We may not be able to give water to every single person that wants, or business that wants to come to Kyle. And so I think part of that master plan moving forward should always include not just this expansive growth, but also sustaining and then maybe not growing as we anticipated.
Well, we don't always have that option. Unfortunately, the state doesn't give us the option on most of the things that are growing. So we have to deal with that.
Okay, we're moving on.
Yep. Okay, on this chart, you're going to see the debt service requirements for existing debt, which includes principal and interest for fiscal years 2020, 21 through fiscal year 2025, 26. Debt service has increased from a low of $9.5 million in 2021-22 to a high of $26.7 million in the current fiscal year 2025-26. The debt service has nearly tripled in 5 years and is consuming a larger share of the budget than in previous years. Some of the implications of this increase reduces flexibility for services, staffing, and reserves. Because of this, debt service is becoming a structural constraint on future budgets. Again, you can see in the graph how the debt service has increased over the past 5 fiscal years and where we're at today.
So are you telling me we pay $26.7 million a year in debt services?
For this year, we're going to pay 26. Yes, ma'am.
Just for general fund. We have debt service and water, wastewater, separate.
So when we totally bond out, that's gonna, for the road bond or for the parks, that's all gonna go up. The payments every month or every year.
Every year.
Debt
Every
service for new debt will go up, but also keep in mind, we're paying off some principals as we go, right? So that's gonna come down. So the net, depending on how much we issue, how fast we issue, the goal is to keep that line flat from having to go up.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get some clarification? You said that this 26.7 did not include water and wastewater, but there are 2 lines on this.
No, it includes, yeah,
Chart.
it includes all funds. Yeah,
So
the general
the
fund.
first line, the 18 million,
Yes.
is all general fund.
It does not include road bond,
The road bonds is included in the
It's
general
included.
fund.
The 80 million.
general fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Break
Nope,
time.
let's keep going. You guys want to go? Okay, well, I know that some people might have to be at the fair at 1.
No.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I know.
Yeah, if we could keep going, because we do have people in the audience and people online. I mean, if we have to take a break ourselves, we could just go and then come back. Just be respectful for everybody that's here, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Okay. For the record, Holly Holt Torres, Assistant Director of Finance. Mayor, Council, good afternoon. This morning, we've seen several important trends. Property tax capacity, sales tax growth and stabilization, general fund revenue performance, operating cost growth, fund balance decline, staffing and personnel cost growth, overtime trends, debt service requirements, and the growing CIP spending plan. Now, I'm going to take those historical trends and bring them forward into the current year estimate and the 5-year financial forecast for each of the 4 major funds. My portion of the presentation today focuses on where we currently stand financially in fiscal year 2025-26, using heavily scrubbed preliminary current year estimates for revenues, expenditures, and fund balances across the city's 4 major operating funds. These estimates are especially important because they form the foundation of the 5-year financial forecast that will be discussed throughout the remainder of the presentation. I also want to emphasize that these estimates were developed collaboratively across departments using actual year-to-date performance, current operating trends, contractual obligations, staffing assumptions, and known cost pressures. The key point here, very important, the 5-year forecast is not built in isolation. It starts with where we estimate the FY 2025-26 year will actually end, not simply where the adopted budget began. From there, we applied the best-known assumptions available to us at this time and known measurable changes to estimate the city's financial position over the next 5 years. As part of this process, staff conducted a detailed review of both revenues and expenditures line by line in coordination with departments to better understand where we anticipate ending the fiscal year. We will, of course, begin with the general fund. This slide summarizes the general fund current year estimate for FY 2025-26. The general fund remains the city's primary operating fund and supports core services that have been mentioned prior, including public safety, parks, streets, administration, planning, and other essential operations. I'm going to walk through this slide from side to side and top to bottom so that the financial position is clear. You will notice that on the far left column, it contains all of the categories, including all revenues and expenditure categories. The second column in the middle, contains the FY 2025-26 approved budget allocations for each of these categories. And finally, the third column contains the current year estimates for each category. Each of the 4 major fund current year estimates that I will review with you today follow this exact same format. We begin with the beginning fund balance, which is the amount available as we enter 2025-26. It is important because it serves as the city's operating cushion. The approved 2025-26 budget assumed a beginning fund balance of 19.2. You can see there at the top. However, based on audited results from our 2024-25 fiscal year, we are now projecting a beginning fund balance of $14.8 million. 14.98, pardon me. This represents a reduction of $4.3 million, and it is a result of less than budgeted revenues received for fiscal year 2024-25. That matters because the fund began the year with less available reserve capacity than originally budgeted by a significant amount, by $4.3 million. Next, we're going to add current year revenues. We've talked quite a bit about this in detail. These include property tax, sales tax, development revenues, franchise fees, access fees, trash, other general fund revenues. For revenues, the approved budget was $63.47 million, but the current year estimate is $59.38 million. This is a reduction of approximately $4.09 million from the budgeted revenue expectations. The largest drivers of this estimated reduction are property tax, sales tax, and development revenues, as we've covered earlier in the presentation. This ties directly back to Andy's earlier slide showing that while sales tax growth has grown over time, the pace is not enough to absorb the current expenditure structure. It also ties to the development revenue trend, where we're seeing continued softness compared to prior budget assumptions, which is materially impacting planning and permit revenues. Transfers in remain essentially flat or at budget at $15.13 million, which brings total revenues and transfers to 74.51% million. Then we subtract current year expenditures. On the expenditure side, operational spending includes, as we've mentioned before, personnel-related costs, technology support needs, contractual expenses, and ongoing service demands associated with growth. Operating and maintenance expenditures are estimated at $77.08 million, slightly under the approved budget of $77.13 million. So that's favorable on the expenditure side. Transfers out are approximately $2.11 million. We've kept that at budget, of course, bringing total expenditures and transfers out to $79.19 million. So the first calculation is $74.51 million, which is total revenues and transfers in, minus $79.19 million in expenditures and transfers out. This means that expenditures are higher than revenues, thus creating a current year operating shortfall of approximately $4.68 million. As expenditures may not exceed revenues by even $1, we must present and maintain a balanced budget at all times. After revenue and expenditures are applied, we arrive at the estimated ending fund balance of $10.3 million. We start with the current year beginning fund balance of $14.98 million, subtract the operating shortfall of $4.68 million that I mentioned, and that leaves an estimated ending fund balance of $10.3 million. The city's charter, as Pervez mentioned earlier, specifically the reserve policy, requires a minimum fund balance equal to 25% of operating expenses, a minimum, which is approximately $9.8 million for the general fund. So we compare the estimated ending fund balance of $10.3 million to the required minimum of $19.8 million, and that creates a reserve policy shortfall of approximately $9.5 million. The total gap requiring balancing is therefore the current year operating shortfall of $4.68 million, plus the reserve policy shortfall of $9.5 million, for a total general fund gap of $14.17 million. The final line is the most important policy number on this slide, the total gap required to balance the budget. This represents the amount that must be addressed through expenditure reductions, revenue adjustments, use of available fund balance, or a combination of strategies. Even after extensive review and refinement of projections, the general fund ending position remains significantly tighter than prior years. The key takeaway is that the general fund is under structural pressure. Revenues are not keeping pace with current level of recurring expenditures, and that directly affects the five-year forecast. What is particularly important is not just the current year result itself, but how that result compounds over multiple years if structural adjustments are not made. Later in the presentation, I'm going to show you how that ending fund balance of $10.3 million becomes the beginning fund balance for year one for FY27. So we'll talk about how those are compounded.
Now, I do have a question, if I may. When council received this information from previous city manager, there was only a deficit of $9.4 million. But now we're seeing a $14.172 million. May I ask why?
Would you like to take that question, sir?
Go ahead.
Respectfully, Mayor, we're solving for multiple issues. Thank you for the question. We're solving for multiple issues here. To represent the gap that's required to balance the budget is $9.5 million would be disingenuous. There are multiple challenges that I've gone through. They all flow through from the beginning fund balance of minus 4.3. And so because we have two shortfalls, The sum total of those represents the gap required to balance the budget. The information that was shared with you all, this information was shared with prior leadership, and then there was a request made to remove that bottom line to show it at the $9.5 million level. I want to be very transparent when I say that mathematically, I understand that there's some question about, well, if you saw for when you saw, but let us be clear, fully transparently, we have multiple shortfalls here. We must represent it in a sum total of multiple shortfalls. Yes, if you manipulate any of these numbers, yes, they flow through and adjust the bottom line. They do, favorably or unfavorably. However, we are considering these shortfalls as they are separate shortfall challenges. That is the proper number to represent 14.2.
Okay, but to confirm, previous leadership had all information?
That is
I
correct.
want to make sure that the 14.9 was previously presented.
That is correct, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
I would like to ask a question as well. Were you specifically asked by former leadership to represent one specific number versus all of the totality of our shortfall?
Let me think of how to answer that question. I would say that we as finance professionals represent it fully and transparently at all levels as I'm showing it to you. There has been a lot of conversation that came from prior leadership who felt, you know, everyone has a perspective, absolutely, and we respect that, but our perspective is what is full and transparent and proper as finance, as subject matter experts.
It was my understanding that former leadership put you in and asked you to do something that was against your own personal code of ethics and even a code that you're required to take. And so we want to ensure moving forward that, one, that that's recognized, and two, that that's not an acceptable practice. And we want to be very transparent, and I appreciate you so much for standing on your grounds for that.
Thank you so much. I would say that as financial professionals, we want to show every level of detail that we possibly can for council, for our staff, for our residents. We believe that you all deserve to see every detail, and we ethically and morally also believe that, so thank you so much.
Just to, clarify my thinking. So revenue in excess of requirements, that's our balance between expenses and revenue. So for the estimate at the end of this year, right, is
Yes.
4.67.
Revenues in excess of expenditures is negative 4.7.
And then if you once you add in our fund balance.
Our reserve fund balance.
Our reserve fund balance,
Shortfall.
which we hope to have by that 25% by charter.
We're required.
That's what gets down to that. That our actual revenue in excess of requirements is the 4.6.
Yes, 4.7 million underrepresents the fact that expenditures are estimated to be higher than revenue by that amount.
Right.
Of which we may not present any budget that is not balanced, to Pravez's point early in the presentation.
Right.
That is that current estimate shortfall.
4.6.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Yeah,
Can you help me to understand the very top line, beginning fund balance?
Of course.
I mean, that's a pretty big difference. And when we approved our budget, we were expecting our fund balance to be that 19.2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where is the difference? Why is there such? I mean, that's a dramatic difference. Can you help me understand that?
Absolutely. In fact, I appreciate the question. We'd love to have this on record. It's been a topic that's also come up. I'm going to begin the answer, and then I'm going to turn it over to Interim Deputy Finance Director for the details of this, because we want it to be on clear record for everyone. The approved budget is approved at the end of September prior to the beginning of the fiscal year. The ACFR is performed after that. It's the closing of FY 24-25, right? And so based on the ACFR, and as those numbers come in, In the case of the general fund,
You spell out ACRA, please.
I'm sorry, it's the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, and it used to be called the CAFR for all those older financial people. But there is an no offense. Me too, I called it the CAFR. But there is an adjustment that happened as a result of the audit. And let me also have our Deputy Finance Director speak on the details of that so that we're very clear on record why there's a discrepancy. Please.
Yeah, and we do go back and we do reconcile those numbers back to what we actually received to the budget. And that numbers that we had was our estimate at the time last year. And then as we go through and as revenues, as we showed you previously, that where revenues were short, so that makes up that difference. The majority of that difference was our revenues didn't hit expectations for last fiscal year. So that brought down our revenue, our fund balance from 19.2, which was our estimate, to the 14.9 that you see today.
That was for the last fiscal year.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And we talked about it in detail at the audit report presentation in March.
Well, just to
And
understand the
primarily,
numbers.
why don't you go over the specific line items that were off from the budget and why?
I have to pull it up. Yeah, I can get it.
But that was March. That was
Yes,
2
ma'am.
months ago.
Yes.
So, there's one misunderstanding I think I'm getting from listening to council members and staff. It's the same message that keeps coming back over and over again, that maybe we need to put it to bed right now, at this time, on record. This did not happen this month, last quarter. This situation has been in the making multiple fiscal years. So anyone to say that is because of the economic conditions, sure, it is part of it. It intensified it. But this situation has been in the making. We just showed you 80 some slides, right? Oh, by the time we get done, it'll be 80 some slides. What those drivers are and when they started. So this is a net result of those decisions over the years. You can't get around it. We have to own it. And when we own it, we need to move forward. We have to take this organization in a different direction over the next 12 to 24 months, or we're going to have bigger problems. We're going to lose our credit ratings. That's the first thing that's going to go out the door.
I get it. Because for so long, I have been always stressing about having accurate information put in front of me to make my decisions. And that's what's infuriating so much, hearing all this. Of all the struggles that I've been trying to get done in my area, and hearing from the residents of the spending, and like I say, I own it. I own some of it. The downtown properties, the properties at Lake Kensington, the information we'll be giving about the senior building on Daisy. I have always trusted that the city manager, finance, whoever it is, was giving me the accurate and most honest information up front. And now seeing all this,
One thing that needs to be said and clarified for all of you as city council members, the city manager is the ultimate authority within the city administration, right?
Yeah.
Every one of us below that level reports to that he or she in that position. None of us, including myself as the city's director of finance, controls that narrative. I am one of 15 other advisors that the city manager has. Once that door opens and it's not illegal, I am going to support him or her as a city employee. I do not control what he or she as city manager decides to share with you or not share with you. I have no control over that. We have given the city manager, not just this former city manager, all city managers prior to him ever since I've been here. Full, complete information. Now, he or she, whatever they want to decide after that, that's their prerogative.
Yeah, I
I
get,
work within that chain of command.
and I understand that. And I'm just talking for myself,
Yes,
being
sir.
here on
Yes,
this
sir.
dais for 6 years, that I have always trusted city staff, and I've trusted other, whether it's the mayor or other people coming to me and saying, this is the information you've got to make your best decision on this. And just,
I do want to state that this is not end all, right? I understand the
I
roads.
understand, but
That
it's
we
just-
are going to move forward. The road bond is going to move forward. How we move forward is going to depend on our priorities as a council and as our residents. This is not the end all. We are going to be fine. I have no doubt that our leadership is going to take us into a productive, successful direction, and that means all our staff. I have full confidence in them at this point. And so I understand the frustrations. I want to say my goal is to give those roads to your district. How we do that is going to be dependent on the council. But I'm in full support of this road bond and moving forward. So I think without a doubt, we're going to be okay. The first step or hurdle is to bring this to our attention so then we can address it moving forward. And for full disclosure, I feel like some of this stuff has already been addressed. We saw the $4 million deficit in March. Why we didn't move on it is questionable, right? Like we as council could have put that on an agenda and said, let's discuss this. City manager could have brought that to our attention and said, let's discuss this. There's going to be accountability, no doubt, but moving forward, we're going to make better decisions as a council. I do not question that. So,
And so, council, before we move forward, I would like to make sure that we answer Councilmember McKinney's question and explain the variance between the beginning balance of 19 million that was in the adopted budget and how it turned out to be 14.9 million in the actual audited financial statements.
And the biggest variance is going to be for the development revenue. We budgeted $9.4 million, and what we actually received was $4.6 million, which was a decrease of about $4.9 million. So there were some other variances in there, but that was the main driver of what reduced that from the 19.2 to the 14.9.
So
If I
when you
remember
guys-
correctly,
Sorry, go ahead.
if I remember correctly, that was the biggest shortfall from the previous year as well, was that category.
Yes, yes, sir.
May I ask what finance's advice was during those meetings?
So finance historically did all the revenue projections. Every single one of them, from property tax all the way down to the interest income, miscellaneous income. Last 3 fiscal years, the planning department was given the charge of forecasting their development revenues.
Okay.
So this is the only, general fund is the only one running a deficit, right?
At this moment, yes.
Okay. And it looks to me that that deficit is about 14%.
No,
14 million.
14% as well. Or less than 14%. So total estimated funds available are 89 million, deficit of, we'll say 14 million, including the repaying our fund balance. So it's a significant percentage of that estimated funds available, right? But it's a percentage of that.
Is that a statement or a question? I'm not really
Both.
sure where we're going with
Both.
that.
I mean,
You
I
want-
just figured it out, but yes, I mean, I just did it on my calculator. The $14
However we parse
million
this,
gap.
Councilmember, however we parse this, the bottom line is, this is a snapshot of a current year estimate.
Right.
We have to solve for each one of those ovals
Right.
that she just went through.
Right.
And the bottom line is, we have to solve for $14 million.
So we have about 13% of our budget in this fund that we need to address that is not balancing, the percentage that is not balancing.
I'm not following that.
I think she just wants you to confirm what percentage of the
There's-
$14 million
Yeah.
is in our overall.
The total estimated funds available, 89 million. We need more than that, apparently, and that is like 13%?
14 million of about 90 million is a little
89
over
million.
15,
Yeah.
ballpark of 15%.
Some people want dollars, other people want percentage.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm just saying that's not 50% of our budget that we're solving for. It's about
I don't think anybody said
14.
it was 50.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying it's a percentage of this particular general fund budget. It is not the whole budget, which is some 600 and some odd million. It is 15% of only the general fund. Everything else is balanced.
No, it's not.
What is not balanced?
When you're $14 million in a negative position, how can I say that you are balanced?
No, well, the other funds show a balance. This is the one that is showing that we need adjustment.
At this time, this year, general fund will be the one that's in the hole.
Yes.
And next year, all four funds will be in the hole.
Okay, so we need to definitely address this year. And then we need to look at what percentage we need to adjust in coming years.
And we'll come back with a plan.
Yeah.
Okay, moving forward, unless we have additional questions. All right, thank you.
Well, yeah.
Okay, this slide reflects the current year estimate for the Water Utility Fund. The Water Utility Fund continues to experience substantial operational and infrastructure pressures associated with rapid growth and long-term water supply obligations, as we mentioned. For the Water Utility Fund, we follow the same structure. We start with the beginning fund balance, which reflects the fund's available resources at the start of the fiscal year. For the Water Utility Fund, the beginning fund balance is projected at $18.20 million, consistent with the approved budget. We then add projected water revenues, which are primarily driven by service charges, customer growth, usage trends, and other operating revenues. Total revenues are estimated at $28.38 million, slightly below the approved budget of $28.63 million. Water sales are projected lower than budget, but other revenues are projected higher, which partially offsets the decrease. From there, we subtract projected expenditures, including operations, personnel, debt service, contractual obligations, and water supply costs. Total expenditures are estimated at $28.03 million, below the approved budget of $28.72 million. Transfers out at $4.67, we've held that at budget, including transfers to the general fund, debt service, and other transfers. That brings total expenditures and transfers out to $32.70 million. One of the biggest drivers in this fund is the cost of long-term water supply. These costs are largely necessary and tied to maintaining capacity for current and future demand. The largest financial driver continues to be wholesale water supply costs, including regional commitments and contractual obligations tied to long-term capacity planning. At the same time, the city continues investing heavily in infrastructure expansion and system reliability to support both current residents and future growth. While revenues continue to grow, expenditure growth and debt-related obligations are outpacing historical operating patterns. The current year estimate, therefore, serves as an important baseline for evaluating long-term affordability and sustainability. After accounting for projected revenues and expenses, we arrive at the estimated fund balance, When we compare total revenues of $28.38 million to total expenditures and transfers out of $32.7 million, the Water Utility Fund has a current year operating shortfall of approximately $4.32 million. However, unlike the general fund, the Water Utility Fund has sufficient reserve capacity. Estimated ending fund balance is $13.87 million compared to the minimum required reserve of $8.17 million. That leaves approximately $5.7 million above the minimum reserve required. The gap required to balance shows what would need to be addressed to keep the fund financially stable while continuing to meet service, infrastructure, and debt obligations. Because the fund balance remains above policy, there is no current year balance gap shown for the Water Utility Fund for this current year. Questions about that?
I do have a question. Did we, in 2025, 2026, we budgeted at a deficit of $4.7 million?
The current year estimate is showing that the revenues will be under the expenditures. So
Sorry, revenue in excess of requirements?
in the approved budget.
Yeah, so in the approved, the budget approved by the council prior to was a negative $4.7 million. Am I reading that wrong?
That's correct.
We can look up the budget real quick. A lot of this has to do with the purchase orders, commitments, legal commitments, contractual commitments that got rolled over from last year to this year.
So my question, because this is
my
where we
memory
get
was
into
that
muddy
we were-
waters, right?
yeah.
This is where we're like, okay, we do have a reserve fund, and that's okay if we budget under imbalance, not instead of zero, now we're going to be negative $4 million. And it's okay because we have reserves. That to me is scary because we're using our reserves. And if we went on this trajectory, my question would be like, what would it look like in 2 or 3 years if we continued to use our reserves?
My memory
That's a
had
great
us at
question.
break even on this
Yeah.
fund.
Well, break even, it would not be a negative $4.76
Exactly.
We're
million.
gonna show you.
Okay,
Yeah.
but yours, okay,
We'll show you in a few slides.
okay.
I'm
Thank
going to
you.
show you the 5-year financial forecast based on these current year estimates for all 4 major funds, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the key takeaway is that the Water Utility Fund is not just an operating fund. It's also heavily tied to long-term infrastructure, capacity planning, and future rate discussions. This is particularly important because water utility operations are highly interconnected with future capital planning, debt issuance, and future rate stabilization discussions. Oh, okay, so zero gap there. All right. All right, this slide walks through the wastewater utility fund. We begin with the beginning fund balance, which gives us the starting financial position for the year. The wastewater beginning fund balance is projected at $18.89 million. We then add projected wastewater revenues, primarily from wastewater service charges and related operating revenues. Total revenues are estimated at $15.7 million, slightly below the approved budget of $15.84 million. Wastewater service charges are lower than budget, but other revenue is higher, which helps offset that variance. Next, we subtract projected expenditures, including daily operations, personnel, system maintenance, treatment-related costs, and debt obligations. The wastewater utility fund reflects many of the same growth pressures we're seeing on the water side, particularly as the city prepares for future treatment capacity expansion and infrastructure demands. Current year estimates reflect increasing operational costs, debt obligations, inflationary pressures, and ongoing maintenance and regulatory needs. For expenditures, operations and maintenance are estimated at $9.44 million, significantly below the approved budget $11.26 million. That's favorable. Transfers out remain at approximately $2.64 million, which is at budget. Total expenditures and transfers out are projected at $12.08 million. So the wastewater utility fund is projected to end fiscal year 2025-26 with revenues exceeding requirements by approximately $3.64 million. Once revenues and expenditures are applied, we arrive at the ending fund balance of approximately $22.53 million. The minimum reserve requirement is approximately $3.02 million, so wastewater is projected to remain well above policy with about $19.51 million in excess reserve capacity. This is why no current year balancing gap is shown for wastewater. There's zero. The key takeaway is that wastewater financial planning must balance operating needs, regulatory requirements, capital expansion, debt affordability, and future rate impacts. As we move into the forecast discussion later in the presentation, wastewater will remain one of the key areas requiring close monitoring due to the long-term financial impact associated with treatment expansion projects and related debt service. Questions on wastewater? No? For the Storm Drainage Utility Fund, the structure is the same as the other three funds. We start with the beginning fund balance, which reflects the resources available, again, at the beginning of the fiscal year of '26. Storm drainage beginning fund balance is $1.71 million. We then add projected storm drainage revenues, which are primarily generated through storm drainage utility fees. Total revenues are projected at $1.87 million, compared to an approved budget of $2.14 million. The main decrease is in drainage fees. Next, we subtract projected expenditures, including operations, maintenance, infrastructure support, and drainage-related service costs. Although this fund is smaller than the general fund, water fund, and wastewater fund, it is still very important because it supports drainage infrastructure, flood mitigation, and long-term system resiliency. The Storm Drainage Utility Fund is smaller in scale compared to the other major operating funds, but it remains critically important from an infrastructure and resiliency standpoint. Current year estimates reflect ongoing maintenance, drainage infrastructure needs, and the operational support associated with managing stormwater systems citywide. As development continues and infrastructure ages, maintaining adequate funding within this fund will remain important to reducing long-term operational and infrastructure risks. Total expenditures are estimated at $2.45 million, and transfers out are approximately $240,000 at budget. When we compare revenues of $1.87 million against expenditures and transfers of $2.69 million, the fund has an operating shortfall of approximately $819,506. After accounting for revenues and expenditures, we arrive at an estimated fund balance projected at $895,020. The minimum reserve required is $672,435. So the fund remains above the minimum reserve required by approximately $223,000. However, that excess reserve is not enough to fully absorb the operating shortfall. So the gap requiring balancing is the operating shortfall of $819,506, less the fund balance available above policy, which is $222,586, which leaves a remaining gap of approximately $596,921. The gap required to balance shows whether current revenues are sufficient to support the projected service level and infrastructure needs. The key takeaway for storm drainage remains comparatively smaller, but future infrastructure and maintenance demands will continue to require disciplined planning. So across all four major operating funds, the pattern we are reviewing is the same: where we started, what we expect to bring in, what we expect to spend, where that leaves the fund balance, and what gap must be addressed to balance each fund. These current year estimates are the foundation of the 5-year financial forecast. If the starting point is constrained, the long-term forecast becomes constrained as well. Questions on stormwater? All right, now let's talk about the purpose of the 5-year financial forecast. This forecast is the first major step in budget development, as Pervez mentioned. It helps us understand the fiscal condition of the city before we make budget decisions. It is not the proposed budget, but rather a planning tool. The purpose is to answer several questions. What does the current year look like? What are the major revenue and expenditure assumptions? What happens if those assumptions continue over the next 5 years? And what level of action is needed to create a structurally balanced budget? Normally, we begin this work in the spring after 6 months of actual data and preliminary valuations. What we are seeing is an economic slowdown leading to budgetary pressures across all four major funds. Some impacted this fiscal year, and some in future years. Yes, and I'm gonna actually say that right now. You just read my mind. The forecast is built on the current year estimate as of March 31st, 2026. That means we're not forecasting from the adopted budget alone. We're forecasting from where we estimate the fiscal year 2025-26 will actually end, as I said. This is why the current year estimate slides are so important. If the city ends the year below revenue expectations, below fund balance expectations, or with higher cost pressures, those conditions will carry forward into the forecast. The forecast also uses the best assumptions of currently available. These assumptions will be refined as departments complete budget development, as certified assessed valuations become available in July, and as the city manager's proposed budget is finalized. I also want to mention, we began this process a bit earlier, given sort of the information that we had on hand. So we began it in January, February, even a bit earlier this year. Okay, so now we're going to talk about key assumptions. For the general fund, the forecast assumes a 1% decline in property valuation for FY27, then gradual improvement over the forecast period. Earlier this morning, we've heard details about property valuation and the slight decline there. This assumption for year one takes that into account. This is important because property tax is one of the general fund's largest recurring revenues. Sales tax is assumed to grow more moderately in their near term, 4% in FY27 and 28, then increasing 5%, 6%, and 7% in later years. Development revenues are held flat in the first 2 years of the forecast because we're not assuming an immediate rebound. We've talked about development revenues and what we've seen and what we're experiencing. We don't assume them to rebound quickly in years 1 or 2 necessarily. So that's a conservative approach based on the development revenue shortfalls that will also be shown later in the presentation. Other revenues and interest income are grown modestly. And finally, the forecast also includes scheduled TERS 2 loan repayments starting at $785,000 in FY27 and increasing by $50,000 per year through the 5th year, through FY 2031.
And Council, as we try to solve the budget deficit, this is one of those items that I may have to increase, expedite, a repayment of that loan from TERS number 2 back to the general fund. If you recall, the general fund loaned $16 million for the design and construction of those 2 parks within TERS 2. And the understanding that council approved was that TERS 2 will repay back that loan. So this is one line that I want y'all to draw attention to, that while we're assuming $785,000 next year, I may have to increase that significantly to the extent TERS 2 can afford to balance the general fund gap.
So that would require an increased revenue from TERS 2, right, to balance that?
Yes, if there are funds available under those situations only, will I consider that. I will not put TERS 2 in deficit.
Oh, no, that's fine, thank you. Okay, for water, wastewater, and storm drainage revenues, the forecast assumes modest service revenue growth in the early years, beginning at 2%, then gradually increasing to 5% by year 5. This does not mean rates are insignificant. The city's utility funds are also impacted by future rate assumptions, capital costs, debt service, and long-term infrastructure needs. The key point is that utility revenues grow, but expenditures, especially debt service, water supply costs, and capital-related costs, grow faster in later years. On the expenditure side, the forecast for the general fund assumes continued cost growth in several major categories. The sworn public safety positions, the forecast includes base wage increases of 5% in FY27 and 28 per the meet and confer agreement that's currently in place, then 3% per year in later years. For all eligible non-sworn employees, merit or COLA is assumed at 3.5% annually. Medical insurance is one of the largest known cost pressures. The forecast assumes 15.67% increase, or 15.7 for FY27, followed by 10% annually. Contractual costs are assumed to grow by 5% annually, and commodities by 10% annually. These assumptions are important because they show that even if revenues grow, the expenditure base is growing at a rate that outpaces available recurring revenue. All right, this section identifies the items we know today.
I'm sorry, go back one slide, please. So on the commodities line, you'll see 10% increase year over year. We may have to increase that assumption for year number one because of everything that we are facing today at the national level, as well as state level, and then cascading down to the local levels. When we buy chemicals, when we buy fuel for our trucks and vehicles, when we have to repair equipment, all those costs are going up. So we have to, even if the war stopped tomorrow, we're not going to see a decline in those cost increases for quite some time. So we have to plan for that and account for that. So that's why you're seeing commodities growing at 10% per year. The other thing that I want to draw your attention to is the second to the last line, cash funding for CIP. We are assuming zero cash funding for CIP, meaning every dollar we spend in CIP will be borrowed in one form or another.
This is not your suggestion, this is what was proposed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that can be
And
changed.
if we were to continue on that trend, that's what we are assuming our forecast on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this section identifies the items we know today that materially affect the forecast. These are not speculative items. These are known or measurable changes that we either have documentation for or contractual obligations for, preliminary valuation data, or current cost estimates for.
So there's at least 11 items that we want to make sure we go over with you that we know now will affect next year's budget. So there are no surprises when we bring forward a proposed budget that has these items built into it. Number one, we'll go over the preliminary taxable assessed valuations that we receive from HaysCat or Hays Central Appraisal District from their chief appraiser that certified preliminary rolls for 26-27. We will go over the chief appraiser's notice that they have placed us on notice now to make us aware of two possible events that will affect us in our next budget. We'll go over that. We have already covered, but we'll go over it one more time, the shortfall in the audited beginning balance for 24-25 that rolls into this year, which rolls into next year. We will go over the development revenues, how that is going to look, what we know about that already. We're going to cover the employee health insurance cost for next year that is built into our assumptions and what we are doing already to minimize or mitigate that rate increase. The impact of meet and confer related cost. We have a 3-year meet and confer agreement. We are in year number 1. Next year is year number 2. We'll show you the impact of that. Number 7, there are known contractual support costs that we now already know is going to have to be included in next year's budget. We'll go over those. There are 2 of those, one for police department and one for our water utility. Debt service payments, we'll go over those. Not only what we already covered for the existing debt, we will also show you our first cut of what might be for future debt increase that impacts next year. We'll cover those. Those are preliminary, but we'll bring it to your attention. We want to talk about number 9, public transportation, how that cost has to be built in if we're going to continue that program, and at what level we are going to continue that program. All that is going to come back to council for a final decision, but we want to give you a heads up what that trend is and what it looks like for next year. CIP spending plan, what it looks now, the update version that staff has already started to work, and I have given Mike Trimble another set of directions of trimming back, how to trim back. We're going to bring back that entire plan on June 13 for you to review and give us your feedback and consideration. And then finally, we're going to show you the forecasted water and wastewater service rates based on the 24 update, 25 update. We are now starting 26 update, but based on 25, what the rate increase forecast was. So let's go over the property tax valuations that we have received as preliminary certified estimates for the entire city. So in 2026, the certified tax roll is $7,153,000,000. This is for the entire city. This includes all 6 TERSs that we have. In 25, for the same geographical area, it was $7,172,000,000. That is a net decline of $19 million, or 0.27% decrease from the year before. Mind you, this is the entire city. That includes the TERSs. Now, I am going to separate the two for you so you can see what's happening within the core city without the TERS and what's happening inside the 7 TERSs. 6 TERSs, sorry. And please don't add a 7th one. So if you just look at the core city without the TERSs, last year, or this new year, the chief appraiser is certifying the preliminary estimate at $6.12 billion. That same area, with some annexations differences, last year it was $6.22 billion. If this estimate does not change, we're looking at a $100 million decline in the taxable, net taxable assessed valuation for next year, a 1.6% decline. And it's a pretty simple math. Whatever the next net decline is in the TAV or tax assessed valuation, you will receive that much less tax revenues. Now, if we separate the TERS from the core city, just the TERS is all 6 of them, that's where all the growth is happening. So this new year, the net TAV or tax assessed valuation is slightly over $1 billion. Last year, it was $944 million. The TERSs are gaining $80 million or almost $81 million in taxable assessed valuation, or a 8.52% increase. Whereas, when you just look at the core city, we're losing $100 million, or 1.6%.
So what you're saying is, and for those that don't understand what the TERS is a certain percentage, and I think all except for one of them keeps 50% of its taxes within that zone. Is that correct?
That is correct, with the exception of TERS number 3 and 4.
Okay. So what that's saying is this is money that could be going to the general fund, but it gets allocated in these certain areas.
it has to remain within that
boundary.
geographic boundary.
Okay.
For the benefit of properties within that boundary.
Okay.
And one could argue that that is the reason why you have that 8.5% increase, is because the reinvestment in that area has generated more investment.
Right, which is why a TERS should only be used in blighted areas. So, that's kind of my concern, is the areas that are, these TERSs, these boundaries that are getting the updates are not necessarily boundaries that need the updates, right? So if we had that ability to share that money, put it in the general fund, the city could allocate it to areas that are in need of updates or infrastructure, sidewalks, whatever you want to call it. So that's my only concern with these TERS, is I don't feel like every one of the TERS that we have, with the exception of probably the one, TERS 1, really needs to retain that money in that area. That's it. That's my comment. Moving forward.
It's a policy decision.
It's a
I'm going to
policy
stay in my
decision.
lane.
I think just adding on to that real quick, that's been a concern that I've had for a hot minute now. The Habitat for Humanity actually warns against the creation of TERS in a lot of circumstances. For example, the city of Houston has over 100 and something TERS, and they use that as a primary example of how in Houston you see such large discrepancies from neighborhood to neighborhood that are just within blocks of each other. And it's because there's no sort of guidance or overarching policy on how a TERS is created in the first place.
There have been a lot of studies done that have proven over time that when TERSs are created, it takes away from the core city or municipal government, and the core city suffers over time economically. So let's talk about the two notices that the chief appraiser has cautioned us for this coming year. So one is, and the city attorney has already briefed y'all on this one, there's a lawsuit pending on two properties within City of Kyle boundaries that the Pleasanton Housing Finance Corporation owns, and they have sued the appraisal district, and the city has joined that lawsuit as well. The estimated taxable value of that property, those two properties, is almost $100 million. If that lawsuit goes in the favor of the Housing Finance Corporation, at our current tax rate of $59.57, that's an impact of almost $600,000 to the city of Kyle. So that's one thing. The second thing the chief appraiser has apprised us of a change in state law, House Bill 9. This is a good thing overall. It's intended, well intended. However, it does have financial consequences for the jurisdictions it affects. Basically, House Bill 9 increased the exemption amount for small business owners for personal property that they use within their business establishment. So by personal property, I mean furniture, chairs, equipment, stoves, microwave, those sort of things, TV, from $2,500 per year to $125,000 a year. And most of our small businesses in Kyle would be eligible for this, and they will probably be within the maximum exemption amount if they're small businesses. So the estimated taxable value of that increase from $2,500 to $125,000 is $59 million. And if we used our current tax rate, the estimated tax loss is about $353,000. So I just want to make y'all aware of, with everything else we have to balance and manage, these are two new things on our property tax revenue horizon for next year and going forward.
Can I state, House Bill 9 is yay boo, right? Like yay for the businesses, kind of boo for us. But can we make sure that our staff is letting the small businesses know and understand this, maybe just a pamphlet, just like this is what House Bill 9 is. So maybe to encourage them to utilize this?
It is automatic. So it's almost like your homestead exemption. So if they have already declared property assessment on to the HASCAD, it will happen. But I will make sure that Victoria and our Economic Development Department is aware of this, and they encourage the new business owners coming online to take advantage of this.
Okay, and just FYI, my neighbor did not know what the homestead was. So even though a majority of people should know what like House Bill 9 and your homestead, there's unfortunately people that don't stay in the loop or don't understand or realize. So just a little bit of like, hey, this is a heads up. That would be great for our businesses.
Sure, we'll do that.
Okay, this slide explains why the general fund begins the forecast from a weaker position. We've talked about this, but just as a summary, the FY24-25 audited beginning fund balance came in $4.27 million below the approved budget assumption. The primary reason for that actual revenues, they came in below budget, especially in development revenues. Development revenues were approximately $7.35 million below budget. Sales tax was about $780,000 below budget. Property tax is another $306,000 below budget. This matters because fund balance is cumulative. If we start the forecast with less fund balance, we have less capacity to absorb current year deficits and less ability to meet the city's reserve policy, as I've shown you on the previous slides. These numbers were shown and reported by the city's audited annual comprehensive financial report and fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and discussed during the independent auditor's report presentation on March 24th, 2026. This slide shows that the development revenue issue is not isolated to 1 year. In FY 2020, 2021, and FY 2021-22, development revenues actually exceeded budget by $4.17 million and $5.61 million, respectively. But beginning in FY 22-23, the trend reversed. Development revenues were below budget by $1.83 million, then below budget by $3.43 million, then below budget by $7.35 million in 2024-25. For the FY 2025-26 current year estimate, development revenues are still projected to be below budget by approximately $2.07 million. This is why the forecast does not assume an immediate recovery in development revenues, as I mentioned before. Health insurance. Okay. Medical insurance is a major cost pressure for fiscal year 2026-27. The estimated FY 26-27 premium is $7.24 million compared to $6.26 million in the current fiscal year. This is an increase of approximately $981,000 or 15.67% increase. This is built into the forecast because it's a real cost increase that must be funded unless plan design, provider structure, or other options change. Staff is currently working with the city's medical insurance advisor, Marsh McLennan Agency, to review options for minimizing cost increase for the next fiscal year.
Holly, I just have a question about that. What sorts of options would that be, for example, if you have?
Oh, that's a great question. Come, Julie, please.
Here, I can answer them.
Okay.
So we have 3 major health insurance plans for our employees: PPO, HMO, and high deductible. The PPO is the most robust plan that we offer our employees. That has the most cost, most number of belly buttons covered under that program. HMO, by just sheer how it's structured, it's a much lower cost option for the city. We're looking at options for the employee family coverage. In the past, we have targeted 90% of the cost of covering employees' families at 90% of whatever the cost is. Most employers stay somewhere between 65 and 75%. Governmental entities more so on the lower side. We're looking at all of that possibility. I am going to stop additional enrollment in the PPO plan. We've talked about it, and we're going to implement it tomorrow, because I wanted to discuss this, let you all know. I want to stop that bleeding for new enrollments. That just means that if we hire somebody, they will not have PPO plan available to them. They will have to be going towards HMO or high deductible. If there is a major event that changes coverage, if an employee wants to change coverage, they will not be able to change in PPO. They'll have to go to HMO. This cost is a major cost driver in the personal cost category we showed you earlier. We have to manage this. We cannot be the top provider of health insurance amongst all cities or all employers in the region. Affordability is a huge factor for us to consider. 90% it is super robust plan.
Okay, I think.
I don't know if I answered your question.
No, I think so. I think for me, I just have a concern with, I don't know, I think this is more existential in terms of, I do not want to put our employees in worse conditions, give them worse healthcare insurance plans. I mean, my work had to unfortunately make the cut, and so like my out-of-pocket maximum went from like $9,000 to like $28,000. And like I can just see the actual real human effects that it's had on myself and others. And so I want to make sure that, yes, I know that we're talking about affordability and understand that we're going to have to do what we have to do. But I also want to make sure that we're thinking about it in terms of real humans and lives that we are talking about. I just want to make sure that that isn't lost on us when we're having these conversations.
Definitely not. We're not going to lose that. Our HMO program is very good plan. We will, as Holly was talking earlier, we will be working with our HR department, our insurance consultant, and looking at different options of where do we tweak that we're not hurting our employees or their dependents, but at the same time, we're minimizing the cost burden to the city.
Well, and we say to the city, but we mean to the taxpayers.
Taxpayers
you know?
and residents.
Councilmember Goza made a statement when we met, and it was, she said, you know, some people have this mentality like it's not my money, it's not your money, it's the city's money. And that's how some people see it. It's the city's money, but at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers' money. So it's our money. So I completely understand what Councilmember Zapata is saying. And these are the hard decisions that we're going to have to make. And so, sometimes you have benefits and sometimes you have, or good benefits and sometimes you have good salaries. And so if we have to choose between the two because we can't move forward with our current plan, those are the choices that we're going to have to make. And I would love to recommend, there's a book called Greedy Bastards by Cheryl Scoley, and she was the San Antonio city manager, and she talked about how she had to look at their benefits that they offered, and I think it was just to the PD and to the fire department, and how they knew that if they stayed on this trajectory, that they would go bankrupt. And so I, for one, want to see great benefits for our employees. But I think we've kind of, our salaries are really well, not always for the boots on the ground, but we have good salaries, and that's been a topic of discussion during interviews that I've seen online with our staff. So unfortunately, if we do have to make that the decision, bringing back all information so we can make those choices well, like you said, with real people. These are real, these are, we don't want to destroy their lives. We don't want to make it difficult, but
So we will be looking at that as we propose next year's budget. But given our financial situation now, there are actions that I must take now in this fiscal year.
understood.
So that's why I'm advising y'all that the new enrollment in the PPO plan stops tomorrow.
This includes our sworn officers, right?
Everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, the forecast also includes the financial impact of the meet and confer agreement for the Kyle Police Department, as I've mentioned. This agreement provides a 2% increase each year in base compensation for eligible sworn positions. We have 83 sworn positions, 81 are eligible because the chief and the assistant chief are not eligible, and an annual step increase on the hiring anniversary date. For FY 2026-27, the estimated budget impact is $573,944. This is important because public safety compensation is a recurring cost. Once it is added to the base, it carries forward into every year of the forecast.
Just a quick question. On the meet and confer, could Finance Department give your opinion on the meet and confer?
Sir.
More importantly, what was your opinion during the negotiations?
I was not party to the city team.
Can you elaborate on who was part of that team that negotiated that?
I was not involved, so I really don't know. I'm going to ask Julie Baggs. She's here. Julie, if you would please step up and let council know.
Good afternoon, Julie Baggs, Director of HR and Civil Service for the City of Kyle. The core negotiating team included our Chief of Police, Jesse Elizondo, our Assistant City Manager, myself, who was then serving as the Assistant Director of Administrative Services. We had Sergeant Keith Congdon from KPD. We had Mark Spencer, Sergeant, KPD, who also serves as the President of the Kyle Law Enforcement Association, and Officer Dribble and Officer Pates. Advisory members also included Brian Langley, the then city manager, Rosie Truelove, who then served as the Civil Service Director, and Amy Alcorn Reed, city attorney.
So there was no financial, how did you guys receive your financial guidance?
As our committee, we would walk through those scenarios and come up with estimations, but I do not recall at any time reaching out to finance directly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I've got a question, Julie, on meet and confer. The state has guidelines related to meet and confer, who's required to be part of that team, how that is conducted. It's not just all left up to the auspices of the city.
Yes, that's correct. We have to have representation from the association, from the department, and the city. And at that time, the city manager was the one who selected the bargaining committee for the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think we have any other questions.
I guess just one last question about meet and confer. When is that generally brought back for council approval?
Our current contract is a 3-year contract. There is a provision in the contract to amend it for an additional year if all 3 parties agree. If not, the association triggers that start in January of the year that it expires to acknowledge that they want to be at the negotiating tables and they'd like to start the bargaining process.
If my memory serves correctly, did we approve that last fiscal year? Was that the last time it came up?
Yes, after negotiations go through and the association votes on that, we bring it back as staff to council for adoption and approval. That was conducted in June of 2025 to be effective October 1 through September of 2028.
Okay, thank you.
So one final comment on this slide. I don't know if he's in the audience or not. I had invited the chair of the association. There is a clause in the meet and confer I don't want to invoke that clause, but given our financial condition, everything is on the table. I may have to sit across the table from the president of the association and may have to renegotiate a portion of that agreement. If we can't afford it and it affects other city employees, I have to treat all our city employees the same way. There is a provision in the meet and confer that should be in there that basically says that the city does not have the money, that these things will not apply. Just in general, I don't have the specific words in front of me. So what I am trying to tell y'all up front, so you're not surprised, that I may have to approach the association for some concession for next fiscal year, depending on how we solve this problem. They have to be at the table, help us solve this problem as well.
Is our health insurance included in meet and confer?
I'm not sure if they did.
No? Thank you.
So this 573 is just for 2026, 2027?
That's correct.
Do we know what that would look like in the other year, in the next year? Because it's a 3-year contract, right? So this increase is just for 1 year?
It compounds, right? So we can calculate that number for you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Police technology support costs are also increasing from $441,000 in FY26 to approximately $730,000 in FY27. That's an increase of nearly $300,000 or 66%. The majority of this increase is attributed to the ongoing Axon contract. There is another example. This is another example of recurring contractual costs that becomes part of the ongoing expenditure base.
Does that amount include the grant?
I don't believe that it includes the grant, no. Yeah.
Oh, it's not. This is,
Yeah, it impacts the general fund.
And then even with Flock as well, it's only a small percentage that's covered by grant funding.
That's correct. For the water utility fund, potable water supply costs are increasing from $6.10 million to $6.58 million.
16, sorry.
16, I'm sorry. It's getting a little late. This is an increase of approximately $473,000 or 3%. This cost is a major driver of the water utility forecast because water supply is one of the largest operating costs in the fund.
bless you.
Bless you. Bless you. Okay. This slide shows the projected rate path based on the cost of service report. Projected water and wastewater service rates based on cost of service report was dated 10/9/2025. For water, the projected increases are significant, particularly in the early forecast years. Inside city limit water rates are projected at 20%, 20%, 25%, 8%, and 5% across the period shown. For wastewater, inside city limit rates are projected at 6%, 12%, 25%, 20%, and 2%. And then, of course, you can see the inside city limit and outside city limit for both water and wastewater. The key message is that rate action is part of the financial solution, but even with projected rate increases, the utility forecasts still show pressure because of operating costs, debt service, and infrastructure needs that are substantial.
Does this include the future CIPs?
The water rates include, yes, it does.
Okay. I ask because if we're going to control this, I think that is one factor that we can look at. Because I am not on board. I wasn't on board with the last year's increase. And certainly can't see adding another 20% for the next couple years. So,
Understood.
thank you.
So, council, this slide shows two things. One is the debt service for next year on existing debt without adding another dollar. So if you look at the existing debt, is going to go from 26.8 million in 25-26, the first column, sorry, the second column, to 22.2 million in 26-27 because we're paying off principal, right? So that is lowering. I wish Andy or Holly would have added $1 to that number. Never mind, that's an inside joke. So on the projected debt, this is based on the current 5-year spending plan. So please keep that in mind. We're scrubbing that. We're going to lower that. We're going to reduce it. So the new debt issued will be less than what you're seeing here. This basically says if we continue on the 5-year spending plan trend that we're on, the debt service, additional debt service for next year for property tax based will go up by almost $7 million. And for non-tax supported debt, like utility and TERS, will go up by almost $12.7 million, a total of $20 million. So when you add the existing debt and the new projected debt, it adds up to $42 million. That's an increase of 15. There's no way we'll be able to support increase of 19.5 million in new debt service payments. So the finance team is working with the engineering team to minimize the 5-year spending plan based on realistic numbers, what we can actually lift and deliver, so the cash flows line up with what we need to issue debt and when. So we're working on that. Right now, it's not going to be even close to 19.5 in debt service for new debt. It's going to be closer to about 9 million, at the most 10 million. So just wanted to make sure y'all saw that and not be alarmed by the first estimate we are doing.
Public transportation costs have grown significantly. In fiscal year 2020, 2021, this is the Uber program, yeah, specifically. Actual costs were approximately $21,264, as you can see there. By FY 2025-26, the current year estimate, that amount is projected to be $1.15 million. That is a cumulative increase of approximately $1.13 million, or 5,312% of an increase. This is important because the general fund is absorbing a much larger recurring program cost than it did just a few years ago.
Do we know what's actually been used? Like, that's the budget, but I'm curious to know what we've paid for in the last couple years.
Yeah, the actuals are on the top. That is the
Those
actuals.
are the actuals, okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think the last time we looked at it for 26, it was over that. I mean, it's certainly on trend to be at 1.2 million or so, yeah.
So these are actual uses, but do we have a budgeted amount? Is this like a free-for-all? They could just charge and we pay for it?
Yeah, it's been a challenge. I think at one point the budget was, I mean, it's not, I don't think the budget has changed much. I think the budget stayed static and the expenses have grown. So we'd have to look at the budget
I
for you.
remember us having a dollar amount, but I
It was about-
want to say it was 900, but that's going off of memory.
Okay.
The budget, it just increased through the years, Mayor, you know, on that end, because it was sold to us as the amount of people that were using it, and it was a way for people to get around town and get to the airport, and it was that kind of a program. Started off as a pilot program, and now we're at 1.5 million on, 1.1 million on.
Yeah, in that amount, I would be questioning the amount it would cost to do a bus system, because I know we were specifically told in my first term that the Uber program was cheaper than a bus system, but if we're looking at $1.1 million, I have to question whether or not we're justifying not using a bus system.
Yes. And the way we have been controlling the cost in Uber year to year has been to adjust how many rides a person can have. We adjusted last year the percentage that we paid for airport transit. So that's how we've been controlling that. I don't know that we've actually turned anybody down for a requested ride at this point.
So, council, when we bring back the proposed budget, this will be one of those things that we will discuss with y'all. Here are the options that, we could use to control the cost. The current approved budget is around $700,000. We have to rethink outside the box. It started out with a very specific objective. Then over the years, we have expanded the goal and the service. We have to rethink the number of vouchers we give, the riders' participation percentage. Do we really need to give Uber rides to the airport and back? Because I know for a fact people park here in Kyle at their relative or friend's house from outside our city, surrounding cities, that take advantage of that program for rides to the airport and back.
Right, well, and here's I don't want to completely leave residents without the ability to travel within our city. I know several people who use this. Some people use it to go to school, and so without an alternative transportation, I don't want to completely take it away, but I do, again, to the airport, that doesn't make.
We can tweak the program. It's well-intended, very much needed within our community, but we have to question, do you really want to give airport rides? Is it worth, what we want?
During our visioning workshop, was it March, February? Feels like forever ago, but it wasn't that long ago. I had brought up the Seniors Taking a Ride, the STAR program that BUTA has, which is largely grant funded. I really want to make sure that we're looking at opportunities like those to bring to the table during this budget season. I know grant funding is, kind of up in the air in a lot of circumstances, but I do think that we have cities that are right next to us that have proven that they can obtain grant funding for these things. So I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do so as well. So if we could just make sure to take those things into consideration, I would appreciate it.
We're going to have staff analyze the usage data of the Uber program. We also have the special ride program in addition to the Uber, and look at the possible options that council may consider, such as the one you just mentioned that the city of Buda is doing. What are the possibilities? Are those grants still available or not available? And if we were to do it on our own, what will that cost? Things like that. So we'll include that discussion.
All right, going on.
Slide shows the preliminary draft CIP spending plan by fiscal year. We've talked about this, but I wanted to bring it back. The plan includes approximately $462.8 million for FY27, another $330.3 million in FY28, and so forth. You can see the numbers there, decreasing to the $26 million in FY 2031 for a preliminary 5-year CIP spending plan of a total of $1.1 billion with a B.
So here again, Mayor and Council, it's important to note that staff is still working this plan out. It is unreasonable to me that we're going to have $462 million in 1 year next year and have only $26 million in 31. So this needs to be flushed out some more. I'm going to sit down with them, how to manage this, but it has to be realistic. There's no way we're going to be able to deliver $462 million in 1 year. It's just not going to happen. So why even include it in the plan? And then the rates are driven off of this, right? So we're going to levelize this. We're going to come back on June 13th with y'all and go over the list of projects. go over the list of how we're funding it, go over the list of projects that you want us to continue, not continue. Do you want to go to the voters, not go to the voters? All those will be laid out for you to decide. Go. Oh, sorry.
All right, now we're going to move from assumptions and known changes into the actual preliminary forecast results. This is where all of those inputs come together that we've discussed today. Current year estimates, revenue assumptions, expenditure assumptions, debt service, transfers, reserve policy, and fund balance. We will start, of course, with the general fund because it supports core services, as we've mentioned, public safety, parks, transportation and public works, library, financial services, administration, and other general government functions. Let me go back. We're going to start with the general fund, and I want to begin with the beginning fund balance here. This is, again, all of the information that we've covered. I've segmented it out, and then I'm going to put it all together in one comprehensive slide for you for the general fund. I'll also do it for water, wastewater, and storm drainage. The general fund begins with the FY27 projected beginning fund balance of $10.3 million. As I mentioned, the ending fund balance for the current year estimate will carry up to year one. That will become the beginning fund balance. Revenues are projected at $60.21 million in FY27, with the assumptions that we've discussed in the previous slides applied, increasing to $69.61 million by FY 2031. Total revenues and transfers in are projected at $75.40 million in FY27, growing to $84.99 million by FY 2031. However, beginning fund balance declines each year because the fund is projected to operate at a deficit each year. So what this is showing you is, as we mentioned, we have some challenges given the current year estimate, and those will continue to compound into the next 5 years if without cost containment, without addressing them now. General fund expenditures and transfers out. So this is the second part of the segment that I showed you, added in the 5-year financial forecast period for expenditures and transfers out. General fund expenditures and transfers out are projected at $83.24 million in fiscal year 27, growing to $97.53 million by fiscal year 2031. The key issue is that expenditures are growing faster than revenues, as we've talked about throughout the day. For example, in FY27, total revenues and transfers in are at $75.40 million, while total expenditures and transfers out are at $83.24 million. That continues to create an operational deficit, in this case, in year one of $7.84 million. By fiscal year 2031, revenues and transfers are projected at $84.99 million, while expenditures and transfers are projected at $97.53 million, creating an annual operating deficit of $12.54 million. So again, the deficit will continue to compound in later years without cost containment measures taken now. This is the general fund balancing gap. Again, we've talked about this. I want to segment it out for you so that you can see the 5-year financial forecast going forward, all things considered. In FY27, the general fund starts with the $10.30 million in fund balance, as we've mentioned. After the projected operating deficit of $7.84 million, ending fund balance drops to $2.46 million. The required minimum fund balance at that time is estimated to be $20.81 million. So the fund is now short a reserve policy by $18.35 million. The total gap requiring balancing is the operating deficit of $7.84 million, plus the reserve policy shortfall of $18.35 million, for a total FY27 gap of $26.19 million. That gap grows each year, reaching $77.55 million by fiscal year 2031 if no corrective action is taken. All right, this overall view brings the general fund together. The most important message is structural imbalance. Revenues are growing, but they're not growing fast enough to cover recurring expenditures and restore reserves. The general fund is projected to move from a fiscal year 26 current year gap of $14.17 million to a year one forecast gap of $26.19 million, and then to $77.55 million by year 5. This is why the city cannot rely on one-time fixes alone. The solution has to address both sides of the equation, recurring revenue capacity and recurring expenditure growth. This deficit did not occur in one fiscal year alone, but rather over the course of several fiscal years. Nor will it be fixed over the course of one fiscal year. It will require structured, disciplined budget development and management over the course of several fiscal years to restore the fund's health.
This is revenues based on, I think it's probably pretty hard to estimate revenues out into year 3, 4, and 5 based on current revenues, which are down, which may or may not stay down, and there's a good chance they won't stay down. So it's using what kind of an increase, 5% increase, or?
Well, each of the revenue lines we've reviewed the assumptions that were applied for years 1 through 5. That is what this is showing you. If give all things consistent right now with current year estimate, those assumptions applied at the revenue levels and at the expenditures, because they're not all the same, right? There's some nuances there. That is what years 1 through 5 would look like without cost containment.
So
for
we're
fiscal
really guessing at revenues.
Well,
but
even
trying
through
to
2028, I mean, that's still a $37 million.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they do to create the budget. Let me remind everybody.
It is exactly what we do. We
I
guess
mean-
at revenues, and then we try to match expenditures, but it's really hard to predict
Well, to me, this is a conservative format as opposed to, and that's the way I'm always going to go, because it's better to have, be like, oh, we got extra money, as opposed to, oh, now we have a deficit of 14 million. So to your point, absolutely, that's what happens is when we make these gestures, then we have to decide, do we want to guess high? Do we want to guess low? Do we want to guess even consistently? I think would be good, is not to always increase it and not to always decrease it, but we can always stay on the same trajectory that we've always been on, and it'll give you, the 5-year forecast, which was required and what we need in order to plan a city.
And this is only showing 9 million increase in revenues over this period, right? Total revenues.
Over 5 years, is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
No?
10.3.
I think this is individual year.
Total revenues
Yeah,
this year is expected to be 59 million, and total revenues 2030, 69 million.
Yeah, so it's
10
based on assumptions we shared with you on prior slides. If council wants us to jack up the revenue estimate for property tax or sales tax, you tell us, and you are responsible for it, not the finance director or the city manager.
I'm just saying, they are very conservative numbers.
Yeah, and he'll proceed however we decide. So
Yeah.
collectively as a council, we say.
Yeah, you make the policy decision, and we'll crank it out.
Thank you. Yeah, keep going.
Right, next is the Water Utility Fund. Unlike the general fund, the Water Utility Fund is supported by user rates. The financial challenge here is tied to water supply costs, infrastructure investment, debt service, and rate affordability. The Water Utility Fund begins the forecast with $13.87 million in fund balance. In FY27, revenues are projected at $28.89 million, while expenditures and transfers are projected at $37.61 million. That creates an operating shortfall of $8.72 million. After that shortfall, ending fund balance drops to $5.15 million. The required minimum reserve is $9.40 million, so the fund is below policy by $4.25 million. The total FY27 gap requiring balancing is therefore $12.97 million. By fiscal year 2031, the projected gap grows to $172.59 million. The primary driver is that expenditures, including water supply and future cost obligations, grow significantly faster than projected revenues. Next is the Wastewater Utility Fund. The Fund starts from a stronger reserve position than the water utility fund, but future debt service and infrastructure-related costs create significant pressure over the forecast period. Wastewater begins FY '27 with a $22.53 million fund balance. And FY '27 revenues are projected at $16 million, while expenditures and transfers are projected at $20.42 million. That creates an operating shortfall of $4.41 million. However, because the fund begins with strong reserves, the ending fund balance remains above the required minimum in FY '27. That is why there is no FY '27 balancing gap shown. But in fiscal year '28, the fund balance falls below policy. The gap requiring balancing is $13.09 million in fiscal year 2028. By fiscal year 2031, the wastewater gap grows to $67.56 million. The main message is that wastewater has more short-term cushion than water, but the forecast still shows a structural issue in the out years.
I have a quick question. For water and wastewater, in these forecasts, I think one thing that would help me to better understand them is what percentage of this or what number of this is for items that we have to that are statutorily required. I think that would help make a big difference in helping me understand, okay, what do we have to do in order to meet state law?
Right, okay.
So
We
if
can
that
do
could
that.
be included, I think that would really, really help.
Great suggestion. We can do that for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Okay, and finally, we have the Storm Drainage Utility Fund. This is a smaller fund, as I've mentioned, but it still faces the same basic challenge. Revenues are not sufficient to support projected expenditures, transfers, reserve requirements, and future debt-related costs. Storm drainage begins fiscal year '27 with $895,020 in fund balance. In fiscal year 2027, revenues are projected at $1.91 million, while expenditures and transfers are projected at $2.81 million. That creates an operating shortfall of $904,698. Ending fund balance becomes negative in fiscal year 2027 at approximately negative $9,678. The required minimum reserve is $703,000, so the fund is below policy by approximately $713,000. The total fiscal year 2027 gap requiring balancing is $1.62 million. By fiscal year 2031, the storm drainage gap grows to approximately $14.99 million. The key takeaway is that even though storm drainage is smaller in dollar terms, the fund is structurally out of balance and requires action to maintain services, support infrastructure, and meet reserve policy.
To me, storm drainage is one of the most important funds and activities that we have within our city because it does limit our development if we don't have the storm drainage all set up, as we see in issues that we have on the east. So it's going to be important that we're able to maintain that.
So I just want to, before I turn it over to Pervez, what I want to say is the forecast is not intended to say that these outcomes are inevitable. And Mayor, you made such a good point earlier about that. It's intended to show that really what happens if we don't make changes now. The value of this forecast is that it gives council, staff, and the community a clear view of the size, timing, and drivers of the financial challenge so that fiscal year 26-27 budget can be developed with transparency, discipline, and a path toward long-term sustainability. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
So Mayor and Council, do y'all want to take a break or push through?
Power through, let's go.
Okay.
We got 10 slides left, we're good.
All right, so now we're going to talk about financial opportunities and challenges. I see glass half full most of the time. But before I do that, y'all may recall that our communications department did a budget survey not too long ago, and we shared the results with council on May 4th. There were 403 survey respondents. When I combed through the survey results, I read every single comment that was on that survey document. it was in hundreds. The 6 common takeaways I walked off after reading those comments are these 6. I'm going to walk you through. They're not listed in any priority order. I just jotted them down as to what I saw in those survey results. Roadway improvements. These are priorities expressed by the 403 survey respondents. Roadway improvements, water supply capacity, maintain existing parks and recreation facilities before investing in new facilities, reduction in property tax rates. They're looking for relief in property tax rates, reduction in water and wastewater service rates, and reduction in cities' overall costs. These are the 6 common themes I read over and over and over again in those 200 or 300 comments that were included in the survey. You have a copy of that as well that our communication department sent on May 4th. So when we do the proposed budget, we're going to frame around these things. As we discuss with council, we're going to frame around these things, these priorities.
Mr. Mohit,
Yes,
I would just like to say thank you. It is very refreshing to know that you went through all of these and read it. It's something I do every single time I post. It's cumbersome, it's long, but it's so important that we do that as staff and elected officials to get a good idea of what our residents want. So I want to thank you for doing that.
Certainly. So moving on. We can look at these as opportunities. There are certainly challenges over the next 3 years, but they can also be used as opportunities. The number one area is to have a balanced budget and fund balance to regrow or replenish our fund balance. And by that I mean we'll have to, by doing that, to achieve that, we would have to control operations and maintenance costs going forward, developing structurally sustainable budgets. By that I mean we use this term very loosely, structural, but what does that mean? It has to, the revenue must be either equal to or above the expenditures for each budget cycle. So that's what we mean by structural balance. And when it's out of whack, and we showed you that, what could happen, the catastrophic results it produces. Property tax rates. We don't know yet what the certified tax rolls will be. We won't know that until late July. So we can share that with council when we do receive it. But associated with property tax rates, what drives it, we got to look at those things, right? So if you look at 2B, we have to, and we must manage our CIP spending plan that affects our road improvements, other citywide projects, and also have to talk about future bond election. Because once we get done with the 22 road bond programs, we're not done with all our roads. There are still many roads that will need and require reconstruction and maintain, and we need to plan for those. And at least at the staff level, we're looking at 28, 29 timeframe for another round of bond election, if council desires. So we'll show you what's unfunded in our 5-year CIP spending plan on June the 13th. And y'all help us decide and give us direction, which way do you want to go? We also have to manage the impact of tax increment reinvestment zones. As I showed you, the growth is happening within the TERSs, not in the core cities. How do we manage that? How do we cover our expenditures to keep it structurally balanced on the core city side? We still need public safety. We still need police officers. We still need our parks employees. So how do we manage that? Those are the challenges we got to address.
On that note, Mayor Yvonne Flores-Kale and I have already had those conversations. It could be just a matter of relooking at all the TERS and seeing if there is restructuring that can take place.
Very good point, Mayor Pro Tem. Number 3, water service rates. We just showed you, based on the last cost of service update, what those rate increase projections are. They're not minimal. They're 20%, 20%. We have to manage the financial impact of long-term water supply capacity. We know we have gaps. We know we have to plan for it. We know we have to buy and reserve that water. But we have to look at when those gaps are occurring, when we need to invest those dollars. We don't have to go buy all the water today. We don't have to pay $1 million a year reservation fees today. We have to plan for those. And part of the long-term water supply capacity is not just buying water from other entities. We have to revisit the master plan that was shared with City Council a couple of years ago, maybe. That needs to be updated. Mike Murphy and his team are working with the consultants to update that master plan for water supply. And it has a lot of other options we can look at that might be cheaper to fill those gaps sooner than later. So we're examining that, and we'll bring back that to council. And then, of course, 3C, how do we stabilize our rate increases that we're forecasting and manage the bill impact on our customers? Because everything that we do in water and wastewater, everything we do on the general fund, ends up in property tax rate increases or impacts. Everything we do on the water and wastewater side ends up in the utility bill. And that utility bill is for our households in our community. And I don't mean this in a negative way. We are not Woodlands, Texas. We're not Westlake Hills. We are a working class community. We need to recognize that. People are struggling to pay their water bills. I hear it from my office when they're working out their payment plan at the front window. We impact their household budgets. We need to be super serious about how we manage these things and what kind of burden we're placing on our households in our community. And we also have to take into consideration that that same household has, besides their food and mortgage and car payments, is going to get tax bill from us, it's going to get water bill from us, it's going to get wastewater bill from us, it's going to get trash bill from us. We already know contractually trash is going to go up 2.5% next year based on that agreement we have. So we just have to be smart about it. We just have to be practical and realistic about it, how we are impacting. We have senior citizens. We have people in our community that are on fixed income. We have veterans in our community. We have to consider the impact on all of those. We cannot assume we are in Woodlands, Texas, or Westlake Hills. We just have to snap out of it.
Thank you for addressing that. Thank you so much.
And then lastly, how do we manage our debt, long-term debt position? These are all 5 of these are interconnected, interdependent, right? They all depend on each other. And one impacts the other. And it's like a domino. If we don't take care of the first domino, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So on the debt management side, we're concerned about maintaining our credit rating. Because if we are going to issue debt, the next round will be late this summer. I'm going to come before you to ask your authorization to issue debt. We got to reimburse the city for the treatment plant expansion. We're paying those bills right now using our savings account. But that savings account is depleting faster than I can put money back in there. I am burning $5 million a week. $5 million a week. And that's on the operating side. $2 million of that per month is payroll. So we got to be very methodical, very surgical about what we're going to do in cost containment. We're going to have to time our bond issuances, and we're going to have to manage the impact on our property tax rates, because, like I said, they all boil down to your tax bill and your utility bill. So we have to be super, super careful how we're doing these things. So here are the takeaways. I'm going to sum it up, my conclusions for y'all in the 83 plus slides that we have talked about so far. So in our work session today, Council, we presented comprehensive and detailed financial information to support and explain the city's overall budgetary condition to our city council members, to our residents, and hopefully to our city staff. Our goal was to present this budgetary information in a format that provided clarity, transparency, and ease of understanding as to how we got here. The city's budgetary and financial challenges did not simply emerge this month or this fiscal year. These budgetary challenges have developed over multiple fiscal years, beginning with the 23-24 budget cycle. Every chart we showed you, you can go back and draw a line where it started to incline on the expenditure side and decline on the revenue side, and the fund balances. In addition, so if this wasn't bad enough, in addition, the current economic conditions that we're all facing have further intensified the budgetary and financial challenges that we're facing, the city is facing today, and our residents, our taxpayers. So, to sum it up, the nature of the city's current budgetary and financial challenges are multifaceted, right? We went over those ovals that Holly talked about. Multifaceted is, it affects the revenue side, it affects the expenditure side, it affects transfers, both in and out, it affects CIP spending, it affects tax rate, budget, utility rates. Number two, we have a structural imbalance in our funding schemes and plans. We have to upright that and correct that. The impact is long-term. If we don't fix it now, it's going to impact not only next year, but down the road. These budgetary and financial challenges have developed over multiple fiscal years. I can't repeat this over and over again enough. It didn't happen this year. It didn't happen last quarter. It happened over multiple years. Because it happened over multiple years, the recovery will also take and require multi-year effort by council, by staff, and our consultants. that we employ and hire to give us advice. So, what's our path forward? With City Council's direction and support, these budgetary and financial challenges are solvable, right? We talked about all these things affecting us. The positive side to all this discussion is it can be fixed. We can solve it together. All of us, staff, council, residents, taxpayers, everybody together. We all have to go in the same direction. But to do that, we will require decisive and impactful changes in the organization. We cannot continue business as usual, period. So, let me repeat that. We will require decisive and impactful changes. And what does that mean? So I have a list of 6 things, but they're not limited to that. There might be more as I go through these 6. Refocusing the management culture that we have in the city government, city administration. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I've always been upfront with council, with staff, and I'm not about to change that. I have to take this organization in a very different direction than we have been, period. And to do that, I have to refocus the management culture we have today. We have to align our organizational priorities. And by that I mean police can't be going north and parks is going south and water utilities is going east and wastewater and engineering are going west. We all have to go in the same direction at the same time based on our priorities, what we are trying to solve. And those that don't want to go and march in the same direction within our organization that you have empowered me to fix, I will fix that. No doubt. But I don't want y'all to be surprised when I'm doing that. I want you to know that. That will happen. Number 3, this is important. Consolidation of overlapping functions to eliminate redundancy and duplication of efforts. Council members talked about it. We've heard from the residents. And we know we have these in our organization. We just need to have the guts to address them and take those bold steps. Number 4, we have to strengthen the emphasis on, not because I'm a finance type person, we have to strengthen the emphasis on budgetary controls and fiscal discipline. This has to be at the council level, this has to be at the staff level, and this has to be at our resident level so they can hold us accountable. And by that I mean every decision we make, we evaluate the impact, the fiscal impact of that decision before we embark on it. I mean, I can give you examples after examples that we made decisions without any consideration of fiscal impact. And we're seeing the results of that. That is going to and must stop. It started to stop on May 11th. And anybody that is not on board with me on that matter, we can have a discussion, but this will prevail. It has to be done. There's no ifs, buts, and
Sorry, you were in the middle of something. But if you wanted to finish, I can ask my question after.
I'm just got 2 more to go. We have to re-examine our planning and development process. We've got all these DAs floating out there. Every DA is a little different. If we have code in place, why do we have to have all these DAs? Have we ever wondered that? Have we ever asked that question? Why do we have to customize these developments? Make them follow the code. If we want something specific, we can work with them. But other than that, follow our code. If the code is not stringent enough what council wants, let's change the code, fix the code. We got zillions of DAs. Staff doesn't even know the inventory of DAs we have. What's in those DAs? Do they owe us money? Have we accounted for that? Do we know when they owe us that money? Have we collected that money? I couldn't tell you, and nor can anybody in the organization. That needs to be fixed. Reevaluating economic development strategies and incentives. We are no longer a farm town anymore. We don't have to give incentives for restaurants and McDonald's and itty-bitty stuff. If they are going to bring jobs, not just minimum paying jobs, people who can earn a living, raise their family here, live here, buy a home here, everything they need to do, be able to afford that here on that job creation. Those are the ones we need to incentivize. Not these itty-bitty stuff that's not going to move the needle, not going to help our residents make money. If they're not going to keep them in Kyle, they still have to drive to Austin or Georgetown or San Antonio to keep their livelihood. Why are we incentivizing? I mean, there's millions of dollars tied to these incentives. We need to re-examine that, how we do it. So these are some examples of that. Realignment of CIP spending plan based on affordability and council direction. This is the driver for debt service. And council members, I forgot I had 11. I'll pause here and answer your question.
I was going to let you go, but thank you for pausing. In our staff memos that are put on the agendas, there's an area for fiscal impact, but I've noticed that very rarely is there actually numbers. A lot of the times it will just say like NA or like no fiscal impact. Is there a reason for that, or who puts together those staff memos?
So if there is just a staff report that staff is presenting, it's just a concept, we don't have any fiscal impact until that becomes a project or a service. If council is awarding a contract, or if council is awarding some kind of award, you will always see a fiscal impact statement. It will be towards the end. Holly and her staff prepares that. It basically says, for council, before you decide where the money is coming from, how much money do we have or don't have, because sometimes the departments will come, hey, I need a fiscal note. This item is $5 million, but they got zero in the budget. So we kind of help them along, go back, do your homework. But when it comes on the agenda, 9 out of 10 times you will see what the source of the money is, how much is in the budget, how much is for this item the council is about to vote on, and how much will be left after that decision is made.
Okay. Is it possible if we can include like a narrative portion as well in that? Because I think right now it's just quite literally the numbers that are thrown on there and sort of like a graph. But I think it would be helpful if there was also just a small narrative portion that explained that, or any of the discussions that were had around the fiscal impacts. I feel like that would also be helpful to take into consideration or know as we're making these decisions.
So we can add a category in the staff memo that this departments will have to explain what they have done so far, what has been discussed with council, what has been authorized. Because the fiscal impact is just a table that basically gives you the budget authority and how much is available.
Okay, yeah, because I think a narrative portion would be helpful. When I worked at the state and we had to do fiscal notes for legislative requests, we had to include an actual narrative portion along with it, and that required the different programs and departments to also provide information for our legislators. So I think that would be helpful.
Yes, I mean, that's a very good point. We should see that entire staff memo as the impact statement of that action. The table, what we call the fiscal impact, really is not the true fiscal impact. It just gives you a budget status. That entire memo by that department should explain what are we doing it, why are we doing it, how much is going to cost, not only now, but for the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I think that would be great if we could include
Sure.
a version of that. Thank you.
So I just wrapped up on number 7, realignment of CIP spending. We talked a great deal about that. Number 8, advancing water and wastewater service rate stabilization efforts. What can we start doing now that will help us stabilize the water rate increases that we see in the future? We can look at the expenditure side. How are we spending, and when are we spending, and why are we spending? That translates into the rate impact. We can look at the cost of service study methodology, how we allocate cost, how rates are established. We can look at what the minimum charge perhaps may include, up to 2,000 gallons or 3,500 gallons, whatever that is. Those are the things I'm talking about in stabilizing the rate efforts. And we are going to do that in the 26 update. So when we bring the cost of service study results to council, you will see the changes and the methodology impact on the utility rates. Number 9, resolving rate and rate-related disputes. So think about it. We have a couple of PUC cases outstanding. We have Crosswind is in there. We have Six Creeks in there. We have DA disputes with Six Creeks developer. All of these are costing us money. And I'm not picking on any one profession, but the ones that make out like a bandit on both sides are the attorneys. And on May 19th, you're going to see 2 agenda items that we have placed. If we continue going forward on the 2 PUC cases, what our best estimate is, after talking to the attorneys involved, how much more money do we need to add to their contracts? Same thing for the rate expert, because not only do you need the attorney, you also need the rate consultant and their team of experts. So between those two, it's almost $1 million on your agenda next week. Not next week, but on the 19th. Yeah, it is next week. So we have to think through those. Do we want to stop the bleeding, or do we want to continue this on this spectrum? Number 10, implementing sustained cost control initiatives. By this, I mean some of the things that the former city manager had already started implementing, the hiring freeze and discretionary spending controls. We are going to go further than that and look at other things that we can control. The contracts that are in play now, we are going to sit down with each department and assess if those are necessary to continue. And on the cost control initiatives, when we speak of hiring freeze, it is not cut and dry hiring freeze. Nobody gets to hire. It has to be individually assessed and evaluated which positions are necessary that we can release from the hiring freeze and which positions must stay until we get things in a better position. There are, I think, 14 or 17 positions that are in the hiring freeze list. And I'll give you an example. Right after this meeting, I'm going to talk to Julie about freeing up one position. We desperately need that position. So we're going to advertise that position. But at the same time, in my head, I am thinking of how I'm going to offset that, right? So I got to make it where it is cost neutral.
I have a question. For the vacant positions, what are they budgeted at? Is it like midway? Okay, all right, thank you.
Number 11, this is where you come into play. I'm going to have Holly. Well, let me back up. Let me give you a little history, because most of you are new. Most of our staff is new. City Charter requires the Director of Finance to provide financial status reports every quarter to City Council. And we've been doing that. I would come before City Council every quarter and provide that report. It was a comprehensive report on everything we talked about today: revenues, expenditures, investments, debt. You had your finger on the pulse of the city organization as council. Over time, as agenda got longer and longer, I was asked, instead of in-person reports, post them on the website. So we started doing that. We have since moved from quarterly to monthly for years now, and we're posting those on the website. Now, with Holly and her team's help and Andy and his team's help, we have those reports updated every night. So if you want to see what finance spent through yesterday or today, it's available at your fingertip. But the direction given to the finance director was, we're too busy, agenda is too long, it takes too much time, you can just post it on the website. We have checked off that city charter requirement. We've been doing that. We've been in compliance. But what I want to change that, with your help, is I'm going to request Holly every month, every single month, on the second meeting of the month, she will present a financial status report to City Council and for the benefit of our residents and staff. Show you exactly where we are on revenues and expenditures for the four major operating funds, where we are on debt, where we are on investments, where we are on interest income, all of that upfront. Unless you tell me otherwise, we'll keep doing it on the website.
Can we include a comparison between where we were expected to be and where we're actually at?
Yes, it'll have a budget variance.
Thank you.
Discussion. So that will happen every month on your second regular meeting of the month for the month prior. So in June, we will show you through May 31st, right? So we're starting June.
Yes, sir.
With the situation we're at, and with everything that's going on with our budget, it's going to be a required thing, and so we can see where we're at every 4 weeks.
I think it's very important.
How we're making progress.
Yeah.
And where we need to tweak it at.
And we'll show you that on the expenditure side as well, by department.
Yeah,
what the budget.
I think this is going to be very important. I'm excited actually to give a monthly update. I will say that, a big frustration for me personally, and I don't want to speak for everybody, was I believe April 20th was the first time that we as a council got notified that there was a severe issue. And while I understand chain of command, there are two people by charter that the council hires and fires. Technically now it's one, but I would like to say that for me, I would like for my finance director, if he feels like there's an issue and it's not getting through the city manager, and there's going to come a time where Perez, it's not going to be you. Like I'm speaking to any finance director ever
In that
going
position.
forward. Yes,
Okay.
that I would expect that finance director to let the council know, hey, I feel like there's an issue. And I've heard several times today that this has been a multi-year issue. And, you know, I've been a part of this for, you know, a little over a year now. It's a dramatic difference in information from what I got previously. I would like more transparency from my finance director when it comes to concerns.
The charter regulates the fact that the city finance director reports directly to the city manager.
I understand
So I
that,
agree
but
with that, and
it
maybe
also
there's-
says that we get quarterly reports.
Right.
And in that report, he certainly is well within his rights, responsibilities, and bounds to say, hey, this is the report, and this is why I think this is an issue. There's a reason why the city manager can't fire him. And it's so that he's accountable to us and not the city manager ultimately.
Right, and maybe we can look at a charter update, not this year, but next year, because we have to wait every 2 years, that states, that gives him the authority, because according to our charter, he has to give that information to the city manager, and then we receive that information from the city manager. So, again, you have all of our staff, there's a line of duty, right? Like they have to, it all goes through the city manager, who is the only employee that we oversee. So even though I think the city attorney and the finance director are hired and fired by us.
I just want to correct that.
Sorry, is it just the city?
I am hired and fired by city council, and while I report to the city manager in the charter, I do have an ethical duty to the council and will communicate with you when needed. The finance director is hired by the city manager, but
Okay, there
cannot
you
be fired unless the firing is confirmed by city council.
Okay.
So those are different ranges.
So they're limited, staff is limited. And again, maybe that's something that we can look at either by charter, by order, I don't know what we can do, but I agree with what you're saying.
I was going to say,
we
maybe
should
not
have
everybody
a direct
agrees,
line.
but
No, we
please,
should
for the
have
love of
that
God,
direct
tell me if
line.
something's wrong. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, no, I agree, and I was kind of the understanding in my first term that he was under our purview, and then as you learn, you serve, you read the charter, you read all the ordinances and the rules of council, you learn that it's not so cut and dry, and so protecting staff has always been a focus for me, even in 2020, my last term. But we do. I think at the end of the day, this is the second time that Perez has had to pull our city out of a financial situation. And so how do we move forward and ensure that this doesn't happen yet again? Because I don't know if we're going to have a Perez next time. But what we do know is we have him now, and then moving forward, what do we do to protect the relationship between the finance director and the council? I think you bring a good point.
I will say though that some people really realized the trajectory that we were headed in before this came up. That was one of the things that I constantly kept saying during my campaign was we cannot sustain moving forward in the same direction. But to Mark's point and yours, I believe we do need to put protections in place to ensure that our finance director always has a voice to be able to express those concerns to council and go above and beyond if it's not getting out.
In the charter, I know that it's outlined that our city attorney has ethical duties to the council. Is it not the same thing for the finance director?
Not in the charter. That is my obligation as an attorney. I have an obligation to the entity. I do not represent Pervez. I don't represent any one of you individually. I represent the entity. And if I'm aware of information, I'm required to inform the city council because I represent the entity and you are the representative of those entities. Under the charter, there are certain obligations that fall on the finance director. My computer died, so I apologize, so I'd have to pull it up and go through them. And that's something I'm happy to send out to council. But as the mayor mentioned, the finance director is hired by the city manager and does report to the city manager.
Okay,
The provision
yeah, I think that
merely
would
deals
just
with
be
firing.
helpful, so in case we ever do decide to do a charter update, we can also include like just ethical duties to report directly to council if there's like major concerns, because overall the duties to the residents. So I think like that might be something that we can include in any updates.
All right. Harris.
One of the concerns for doing monthly updates is certainly for me, the fact that our revenue reports lag, not from you, but the sales tax reports lag 3 months, I think. The reports on the property taxes, we don't get our property taxes till almost the day we finalize our budget. So that's, we need to consider how we estimate those revenues when we're doing a monthly report. I think it makes it difficult.
The monthly reports, council member, will not have estimates. It will show you what the budget is and where we are as of that month.
Well, we don't know because every 3 months we get,
It's going to be more of a cash flow statement.
okay, cash flow statement, but that's not necessarily the budget. If they're lagging 3 months and telling us what our current sales tax revenues are, that makes it difficult.
We budget based on when we receive the sales tax revenue. It might be for a month and a half prior, but if we got it in March, we report it as March revenue. We don't go back to the month it belongs. So you will be current on the sales tax receipts. You will be current on property tax receipts.
And when you say current, it's whenever you receive it, then we'll receive it. So, I mean, we're not going to, we're not predicting future. You're
Right.
telling us what happened.
Well, the state's got it. They're just not up to date.
But they're
They're
giving us every
There's a
month.
3-month lag.
They're not holding it for 3 months. We're receiving money every
Yeah.
month, right?
Yes,
So
that's true.
we'll report it as we receive.
So I think what she's stating, which you seem to
No,
not
I
agree
understand
with,
exactly
is there
what
a
she-
3-month lag?
So sales tax, if I was a restaurant owner, right? The sales tax I am supposed to report every month by the 20th of the month is for the month prior, right? So it goes to the state. May 20th, I'm reporting for my April sales. Goes to the state, I pay my taxes. Then in June, the state will allocate the money to the cities or jurisdictions it belongs to, but it's for the month of April, right? So that's what council member is referring. However, we, the city, we're getting every month, even though it's 3 months prior, we're getting cash flow every month from the state. So we don't distinguish between what that money, which month it belongs to. We record it the month we receive, and that's how we budget. So the budget to actual will be based on, like Councilmember McKinney was saying, it's on a cash basis.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we're almost done.
All right. So next steps in the budget development process. So during the month of May and June, the budget team will be developing options how best to close this funding gap. Everything is going to be considered. Departments will be finalizing their proposed budgets. We will be reviewing their budgets. We have asked them to give us a 10% reduction plan. We will be growing over those with each department and determine which ones are practical and reasonable to accept. So that's going to happen in month of May and June. June 13th, we come back before you to review and get your feedback on the 5-year CIP spending plan. We will show you the current funding plan for tax-supported projects. We will show you the consideration of future bond election tax-supported projects. And we're going to ask you to give us direction. How do you want us to move forward? Do you want us to continue the existing funding plan, which is if you don't have any money, you go borrow it with the CO? Or do you want us to do something different, which is continue spending on the voter-authorized projects, and those that you do not have voter-authorized funding, we set those aside for voter approval, or we issue COs, or a hybrid of the two. So we'll lay it out for you. Water and wastewater projects are a little different. They're regulated. We have to meet the permit. We have to meet the TEC key requirements. And we can ask you, and we will ask you, if you're okay with the city using certificates of obligation to cover expenditures for utility-related infrastructure. Not parks, not sidewalks, not roads, just utilities. So those questions we'll ask you to give us some direction on. Then July 25th is the state law under which the chief appraiser must provide 2026 certified tax rolls for every jurisdiction in Hays County, and we're one of them. So most of the time, the chief appraiser is pretty good about giving it to us early enough. But some years we have waited till July 25th because of the number of protests they're going through and trying to resolve those. August 1, by city charter, the city manager must propose budget to City Council for FY 26-27. August 15th, the proposed property tax rates will be discussed with Council. This is a state law requirement, the second item. And we want to include it as an insurance, okay? We don't have to do it, but it is included in our plan. A resolution to record Council's vote to consider a tax rate increase. So if the tax rate is above the no new revenue rate, but below the voter authorized rate, Council is required to record your vote on record, roll call vote, how or if you intend to consider a rate increase, because that is considered a rate increase, anything higher than no new revenue rate, at a future council meeting. And I have to post that in the newspaper of record, which is Hays Free Press, by each council district, how you voted on it. So I put it there in case we are going above the no new revenue tax rate as a safeguard. Because if we miss that deadline, we're in serious trouble.
I have a question. Is that related to the SB 1851?
As it's been in the no new revenue rate requirements, SB 2 drove that. So it used to be effective tax rate and rollback tax rate prior to SB 2. That requirement has been there for a while.
Okay.
It's just different names we're using.
Okay. I think because I just had some concerns with there being some possibility that we were somehow in violation with SB 1851. So I think I just want to put that on our radar because that's information that is being spread around, but I don't know if it's factual.
What was 1851 covering?
That is, you have to timely file your report.
Yes.
And I'm so glad she brought that up
And then
because I was
because
gonna
if you're
ask.
not, if you don't meet the transparency or filing deadline, then you are not allowed to adopt a higher property tax rate.
So there is, she's right. So there is, like, I saw, and I have it right here. I was just about to ask the same question. It's, cities that the governor
Oh,
is.
the audit report.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so for some reason, Kyle's name is on that list.
Well, not on the official OAG.
Right, you're right.
So
She's
on
right.
the official one released by Ken Paxton, Kyle's not listed, but there's like other like AI flyers that are roaming around that has Kyle's name on it. So I just wanted to address that directly.
I'm glad you brought that up. Let's clear that record. Okay? We are in full compliance of SB 1851. We completed our audit on time and under budget. We notified the AG's office. We're required to file a copy of the report with them. We did that on time. We're not in the same boat as City of Odessa, City of Elgin. There's like
There's like 130 on
Yeah,
this list for that
right,
Ken Paxton
right.
release. Okay, well.
no, we made sure that that
Good.
didn't happen on my watch.
Good, good. I appreciate that, and I appreciate being able to clear the air and just set it straight right now.
Official record, we're in the clear.
All right.
Okay, so August 1, the city charter requires it. Oh, sorry, I'm on August 15th. On September 15th, we'll have our first round of public hearing. We have to have two separate public hearings, one on the budget, our rates for utility and fees and charges, and we have to have a separate hearing for tax rates. It must be done separately, and they have to be done in a certain sequence. You cannot vote on the tax rates before you vote on the budget. So we have to be mindful of those steps. September 5th is our first reading, first round of public hearings and first reading of the ordinances for those two. And September 15th, we have the second round of public hearings and second reading of the two ordinances. Actually, we'll have three ordinances. And then on September 16th, Pervez goes on vacation. I do have one request of council, and I'm going to ask the city secretary to kind of do a poll, a straw poll, see if your availability. Because we talked about a couple of items that I would like to bring it back to council before I put it in the proposed budget for your feedback and discussion. So we're going to have to add some meetings between June 13th and August 1st. So I'm going to go back and work with our budget team, figure out what those dates have to be. And I would very much like to do outside of your regular agenda. Please. So we can invest some time. And so that means we'll have to meet on a Saturday or Sunday. But our city secretary will get back with the calendar that we are looking at and see if you're available. And then lastly, all of this information that we discussed today is available on our website. If they just go to the finance page, everything is at their fingertips. And that, Mayor and Council, wraps up my presentation today.
All right. Well, thank you. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I just got a couple things. First of all, thank you guys. I know how much work went into this. Thank you for bringing everything to our attention. I'm going to request for a couple pieces of information because my memory's pretty good, but it's not as good as I'd like it to be. One of the things, Professor, you brought up was incentives, and I don't remember that there were any incentives that have come up since I've been on council. So I would like for you guys to provide me, just maybe for the last two budget cycles, any incentives that we put forward to businesses. Also, some of these numbers look like they were new information to me. I went to go look for the September 2025 ACFR, and it's not on the website. I'm assuming we got a digital copy. If you guys wouldn't mind.
It's on there. Things have moved when we updated our website.
Okay. But yeah, if you guys could.
We'll send you a link.
Email me that link. I'd appreciate that. But yeah, thank you guys so much. You put a lot of work in. We appreciate, the direction that you're giving us and the information you're giving us to provide you guys direction. So,
Sure.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Medina.
I would like to just thank the three of you for the details that you put into this. I know it took a whole lot of information and time on your parts to put it all together, and we definitely appreciate all of the knowledge that you brought forth, and especially the transparency. That makes a big deal for us as council, and I know as our residents. And most importantly, to show where we're going to be if we don't make these changes. Not just as a city, but most importantly for our residents and for our taxpayer money. So I know they greatly appreciate all of this as well, to know that they're being heard. So thank you guys so much for everything today.
Thank you.
Anybody else before we adjourn? All right, just as a reminder.
Just thank the residents
sorry.
that were here, that stayed
Yes.
through all of this. I understand it took a lot of your time, but it's very important. We're turning a new page. And so again, thank you to your team and for all you that are here, city staff as well.
Councilmember Goza.
I want to say I am so excited with the invocation of the new culture and the transparency that's happening. It's really been kind of eye-opening, seeing exactly what was hidden or manipulated previously, and maybe not willfully, but just, hey, we'll get it done, and not really considering the cost to the citizens and the residents. And so I'm super grateful that we're being mindful of that, and thank you for putting all of this together and for really making it clear where we need to change ways.
Thank you.
All right. As a reminder, there's a Kyle Fair. So if anybody can make it out there today, it's off of Lehman Road to the right at Lake Kyle. So we hope to see everybody out there. It was a good time yesterday. Weather was amazing. So thank you guys. And
If you get thirsty, buy some water from Kyle Lions Club.
Yeah. You know what else they have? They have the city has like this big gallons of water. You can just go refill your cup. So we are adjourned. Thank you.